I got it. I've gotten a lot done, Mark. Do you want to see the reverse mortgage spot I've been working on?
Yeah, how long is it?
It's 30 seconds.
Hey, hey, Frank, where do you find out counties?
I want you to see this.
Yeah, like I've got an address here. I've sent you some in the past going, what county is this in? How do you do that? It can't be that hard, but I can't find a dang thing that shows me counties.
I want you to see this in him. Give it a chance. When he's off, he'll be off.
All right, I'll send it to you. Thanks, man. Bye.
Watch, Mark. I just put this together last night. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I've been helping consumers more than 40 years. And I am a senior citizen. So let's talk about reverse loans.
I could pay my bills. I could sleep at night.
It's a lifesaver for so many people.
Relief came in and they saved my house.
Carl was in foreclosure. We did a reverse mortgage, repaired his home, never had
Oh,
a
that's a
mortgage
good
payment
shot.
again. It's unbelievable.
Call my friends at Silverleaf.
That was
short.
That was
That's
a good
30
shot.
seconds, and I had all those sound bites, which I find, I thought, fuck, I got all those sound bites in 30 seconds. This helps us, man. I can tell, I'm at the gym and all that, I can tell when we are running TV spots. It helps our brand. It really does. And I think the referral list I should refer to here. But anyway.
All right, bang, bang. That looks good. I'm fucking suing someone today. Oh, I'm getting back on some pretty fucking strict, really, carb shit.
I should do that too. I'm not.
Well, I'm going to go in for my physicals. I usually cut out carbs, alcohol for about a month, and then I'll go in and do it. We're going to have a little whiskey, but mine's... I love fucking beer.
I hate beer, Mark. I wish sometimes when everybody's drinking, I could find an allure on it.
That's how I feel about wine. For the life of me, I can't understand spending $200 on a bottle of wine. I just can't imagine.
Yeah, shit.
I don't like the flavor.
I know, and I do.
Did Donna drink?
Wine.
Yeah. Steph doesn't drink at all, does she? Will she have a glass?
Nothing, never.
Thanksgiving?
Never.
No.
Never. No, she just doesn't enjoy it.
Yeah. Miles has a friend, Matthew. He's had one beer in his life. He's 22
I've
years
had
old.
none. I've never had beer.
You're great. Not even a Budweiser?
Mm-mm.
Have you heard of, I'm sure you've heard, about this just massive epidemic of fraudulent unemployment claims?
Oh my God.
It's everywhere. So there was one filed in my name. I just got the letter.
Oh, we had probably 15 Reliant cards show up to our house.
Yeah. So I just talked about my modest proposal that the head of CDLE should be able to shoot the people who file the fraudulent claims. But I said I don't want to sound like a radical or anything. So we'll just make it a small caliber in the elbow or knee. and that way it's proportionate with the harm that the crime causes. And I said, you know, if Joe is too busy, we'll hire some seasonal employees, and they can do it. And I really think that would disincentivize a lot of the people who are committing these crimes.
Well, that's like, who are the ones that'll put you in public and switch it? Remember the kid stole some...
Oh, Singapore.
Singapore.
Yeah.
You don't fucking steal in Singapore.
No, and you don't chew gum. You don't litter.
You don't spit.
You don't spit.
No, let me
That's
tell
a
you.
hard one. There's so many Chinese there, and they spit all the time.
If they're gonna fucking cane you, boy, you think twice. You
Yep.
really do, man.
Yeah. What's up?
How you doing?
Not bad. For a Monday, not bad.
On Monday.
Fucking holdover, and you can't evict me because of COVID.
So there was I just got my first fraudulent unemployment claim in my name. Just got that letter.
Oh, you're
My email, my
you are
listeners have been
somebody.
buried in it.
So I get my first shot this afternoon.
Oh, yeah?
Now listen,
Wow.
I'm a little nervous about it because of all the shit I'm hearing. What do you think? Is it
It's definitely not dangerous.
okay? Good. It's
You know,
not.
you can have
What about all
some
these?
of the side effects like you could get from a flu
I
vaccine.
don't care about that.
No, but all this stuff about it can hurt you this way and that way are all lies.
About the dying.
No, that's all bullshit.
Okay, good. Thank you. That makes me feel better. Seriously.
People have died after the shot, but not because of the shot.
Yeah, but they're saying. And do you talk to people who know? Like, did you talk to like doctors about it?
Yeah,
I haven't yet.
yeah. It's
Mark, I don't know why it's this dark. Usually you have, what is it about over there right now? I have no idea. No, there's usually more light, but I only turn this, this is exactly what I do, but that seems to be more light over there.
Did you see that new
I'll just
therapeutic?
turn that one over there, too. What's that, Mark?
They got a new therapeutic going into third testing. It gets rid of the fucking virus. If you
Well-
have it, it gets rid of it.
Well, okay, there's some dispute, but I heard I heard that too with ivermectin, but then they say no. But
They said it gets fucking rid of it. They're in the second clinical trials. They got to go to third, which is massive.
so it kills it. But you know there is no
That'd be good.
effective antiviral on the market yet.
Well, that's what this is.
Does it
They
kill it
said
or
it's
minimize
they
it?
said the closest thing that we would consider is like, what is it, Theraflu or some shit like that?
Yeah.
But it's different because
All
it
right.
gets rid of it. It kills it.
Interesting. All right, see you guys.
Are you going to play this week or Tuesday, Thursday if you want?
I'll let you know.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
You know, right now what's really weird is, yeah, a lot of people have been called that are younger than me now. So I'm late. I don't know why, but I was called late.
In a lot of states, I heard in Florida, people over 65 are like 70% now done.
They were really...
Or maybe it was over 60. Whatever it was impressive.
A judge today ordering.
Are you...
I don't know if I'm getting it. I don't know why I wouldn't, but...
The only reason I'm getting it is because I don't want to be restricted at all in the future.
Well, it's probably good to have it anyhow, then you don't get sick, man. I mean, I don't think it's unsafe. I just don't know, because I already have antibodies, if there's any purpose in me getting it. I just have no fucking clue. No one has ever got the same exact virus twice, right?
Never in the history of man, but you will have people say, oh, this is different. But Mark, the chances are so fucking nil. Here's the thing. I'm not even saying the chances are nil. There's no known case. Now, there have been people who've gotten apparently twice because they never eradicated it the first time.
Yeah, it came back. That happens with strep sometimes, too.
They're amazing. Did you know 20% of stars have planets orbiting them capable of sustaining life?
How did you know that? You must spend a ton of time reading.
Not at all. I use Blinkist.
Blinkist?
Yeah, it's an app that takes key insights from over 4,000 nonfiction bestsellers and gathers them into 15 minutes.
Yeah, this says right, Dr. Siegel said, new COVID-19 treatment showing it gets rid of virus completely in trials. Completely. It's the holy grail of therapeutics. And it's a pill. First stage testing of molnupiravir.
It gets rid of it completely.
That's what it says.
Do you know how rich?
Radio listeners get 25%
completely.
One free week when you go to Blinkist.com/grow to get the special offer.
Believe it?
He said it's through the second. All that's left now for clinical trials is thousands of people instead of hundreds. It's a 5-day treatment, similar to Tamiflu. It stops the virus from reproducing and causing major damage.
What happened last night in Boulder? Why did they riot?
You know, I don't know. I just saw that, man. It was like national news.
Oh, big riots, Mark.
For what, though? What happened?
And now there's concern about the virus and the potential for all of this to turn into a super spreader event. Everyone who was in the crowd on Saturday night is now being urged to quarantine and get a COVID test. It will take 7 days from exposure for the virus to show up in that test.
Reporter Jim Hoover, Denver, Fox 31. Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment tells Custer County to put the brakes on its decision to end COVID-19 guidelines. County Board of Health voted to end safety requirements last week, citing low case numbers. However, the Department of Health says the order does not allow counties to throw out COVID-19 guidelines altogether. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the High Country, where US 6 is closed in both directions between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place. Back in town, the rush hour drive is easing up. Few trouble spots, though. Got a crash eastbound I-76 at Pecos. The vehicle is in the median there.
Okay.
Watch out for delays on West.
We can't talk, but I'm pissed.
Right.
Because lead bin hasn't been taken care of.
Yeah, I know they have.
I am.
Just let me know when I can sue them. I don't think they finished with you either, did they?
Not everything. Hey, Suzanne. On the endorsement,
It's time to do the cabbage patch.
the discount we gave in December, are they full or not?
The flaws.
Are they?
Dance like a dad. Learn more at fatherhood.com.
Are they caught up with the endorsement at least?
Council. It's all about the node.
It's your air filter, the first line of defense against bacteria.
I can't hear her.
Too many germs get stuck in your nose. Guess what? You get sick. That's why it's so important to keep your nose clean, just like washing.
Now, when you say not fully, is that because of the discount or because even with the discount they're not fully?
Frankly,
Okay, how much is short on that?
Nose clean and help your body protect itself. It's called.
So they owe 5?
powered suction to flush out allergens, mucus, bacteria, and viruses. Millions use Bosch for fast, all-natural relief from sinus congestion and allergies, and to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier without drugs. The Bosch is easy, affordable, and comes with an absolute guarantee of satisfaction. You wash your hands and brush your teeth every day. Now it's time to start cleaning your nose with Navage. At Navage.
Navage!
I like it. Clean nose, healthy life.
Taste for The Situation with Michael Brown. Vice President Harris was not condemned Andrew Cuomo amid the sex scandal. She said she believed the government should accuse Biden of the same thing, but she still ran with him. Let's talk about it at 2. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show.
This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. RealCBDThatWorks.com from Panacea Life Sciences. If you go to that website, RealCBDThatWorks.com, you put Tom in the promo code, and you will find 30% off on all of your CBD products. And they also have CBG now. And we are going to have to find out about that, Suzanne, as soon as we can. People are asking about CBG, so I think Dr. Baumgarten should come on and talk about it. It has much of the same and even better properties than CBD, but find out about them on the site, realcbdthatworks.com. Okay, so let's keep talking. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Vanjie held a long time. I'm going to take her. She called in Friday. I'm Tom, and I'm welcoming you to the only show of its kind anywhere. We have recovered hundreds of millions of dollars over the years in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. That's what we do. We help people. We help people by telling you who to avoid as well as to who to go to. That's why we have referralist.com. Vanjie, what's going on with you, Vanjie? How can we help you, dear?
Hi, Tom. Well, we had a fire in February a year ago, and we have messed with contractors and insurance, and then now mortgage companies and that kind of thing. I guess so. What my question is that
and it was it a year ago? You said?
Yeah, it's been a year, and they still have basically gotten the basics done, and we've had
why is it taking so long?
Well, the first contractor we had took like 6 months to get things rolling, and then the winter came, they took the roof off, and then the pipe burst in the house, and then they flooded the house, and what wasn't damaged in the basement is now damaged.
Let's take it one step at a time. As far as insurance goes, were you settled with insurance?
Yeah, the insurance has been great. It's been
what insurance carrier What insurance carrier?
Allstate.
Okay. And that surprises me. They've been great. That's all right. And also, on the claim, who recommended, how did you find the first contractor?
The insurance company gave us the mitigation service.
Oh, so it was not really a contractor. It was a restoration company?
Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who is it?
It's Paul Davis out of Fort Collins.
I don't even know who they are. But anyway, Paul Davis did the mitigation, the loss mitigation. And then did they start rebuilding or not?
They did. They had to take the roof off and that kind of thing, and nothing happened for 9 months.
Here's what I want to know, Vanjie. Was this contractor contracted to do just the mitigation or the rebuilding as well?
The rebuilding as well.
Okay. That's a bad idea for people listening, by the way. If you want to get mitigation done, I would get a mitigation company. I would get a restoration company like All Pro Restoration on our referral list. Then I would get a contractor separately. But are you still with the first contractor, or did you say you fired him?
Yeah, we fired them.
Okay, but what about the money you paid him? Did you get your value from what you paid?
No, the insurance company's going back after them for that because they walked after we told them to cease and desist and just finish the roof.
So now you're on a second contractor.
Yep.
And what's the problem with the second contractor?
Just a small contracting company, I think, and that kind of thing. That it's.
How'd you find the second contractor?
The gentleman who was working, because what happens is Paul Davis just hires companies to do the work that they say they're going to do. So this guy was somebody that they had hired.
Okay,
as a
so you hired a subcontractor, and what's the name of this company, the second one?
They're out of Wyoming, and they've done really well. It's just that they're
What's
really
the name of the company?
Get everything done. It's Interior Designs out of out of Wyoming.
Why are you calling today?
What I'm calling for is to find out, is there any way that we can hold Paul Davis liable for all this time that it's taken up until this, at a year point, to go after them for any kind of, should I talk to an attorney, I'm asking, do you think?
Okay, now, what are your damages? Is your insurance company still paying your temporary living expenses?
Yeah, I'm still paying the mortgage company, and that's my other thing.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, where are you living?
I'm living in a rental.
And who is paying that?
The insurance.
Okay. Well, then you don't have any damages because you're paying exactly the same as you were, and you're living in a rental. However, I'm not going to say you don't have losses, but here's what it sounds like to me. That first contractor probably is liable if they did damage or if they truly were incompetent. If they were incompetent. That is a long, drawn-out lawsuit, and you have to have substantial damages to do it. Did any of the work have to be redone that they did, and is the insurance paying for that? This is what I need to know. Is the insurance paying for the screw-ups?
Yes.
Then where are your losses?
Okay, so the losses is basically in the time that was taken to get this done.
I want to know, your insurance would have gone up anyway. I want to know listen, I don't like this Paul Davis contractor from what you're telling me, but I'm asking you, if you sue them, you don't sue for time. Tell me what your damages are as a result of the time. What exactly are you suing for?
Well, I'm not saying I'm suing. I'm just saying the insurance company.
But when you get an attorney, that's the only tool you have. So
they caused the damage. The second claim that I had to file for the insurance was their fault.
Okay, and is insurance paying for it?
Yes, they will.
Okay, then.
As far as we know.
Out of pocket? Tell me how you, Vanjie, and your family have been damaged by this first contractor, other than pissing you off and inconveniencing you.
Nothing really.
Not in dollars.
No.
But you've been out of your home for a year, and you think if they did the job right, you would have been in your home by now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, completely.
I don't know if an attorney will take it or not. I don't know, Vanjie, because if you want to try some attorneys, try them. But I think it's going to be very difficult to get someone to take the case unless you're willing to foot the bill. I don't think you'll get anyone to take it on contingency. That's just my gut, because I don't think you have enough in losses.
This is my other concern, is my other problem, is the mortgage company. I'm in forbearance right now because we both lost our jobs back when COVID happened.
Okay.
We both drive semis. So now our income that we're making is half of what it was before.
Okay.
So the mortgage company, I can't refinance right now with all this great refinances because I have no house that I can get appraised.
Right.
So where I've talked to some other people have tried to call and say, well, we can get you to make them do a loan modification if you just get an attorney and you pay us an attorney.
No, hold on.
Make sure that happens.
No, Vanjie, thank goodness you are calling me. Okay, because you're about to get ripped off in a very big way. Those companies that advertise that they will help you through this with forbearance and a modification, you pay them and then they hire the people and do it, don't do it. It's a ripoff.
Okay.
Don't ever do it. Thank you for not doing it. Now, if what you need to do is figure out how to stick with the company you're with, because you're not going to refi, not now, and they're in forbearance with you. So what is your mortgage company saying about your payment? When do they want to be paid again?
Well, we as of April is our last. We'll be having to pay starting April again.
Now, do you have the money to pay April's payment?
No, not really.
Will you have it? Are you working at all?
Oh, yeah, we are. We're both back to work.
Okay.
We're just saying that payment is going to be extremely high for us, what we're making now.
What interest rate are you?
We were at a 4.25.
That's not that terrible. For you to refinance, you'd have to bring up. See, you're between a rock and a hard place. You're spiraling. No, Vanjie, but at least you're asking the right questions and not getting ripped off. Don't ever pay people in advance to try to get you out of this. There is no refinancing unless you go with the company you're with right now. Actually, I want you to hang on for later in the show. We're going to call you back. Is Kurt going to come on? I have an idea. I just want to ask him. Okay, maybe, I don't know if you can refi. You might be able to refi with the company you're with. I don't think you'll be able to refi. We'll figure it out. I'm Tom Martino with more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Save big during Power Torque Tools DIY Day sale at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great
Now listen, later on when is he going to be on the second hour?
$10 off a 200-piece organic tool set plus earn double over rewards points. That means you'll get to your next reward even faster. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to give these to on O'ReillyAuto.com.
How many of you woke up in pain today? You know what? I don't want to make light of pain because it's debilitating. The message I have is one of hope. You don't have to live with it. You can get your life back. That's because the doctors at Colorado Pain Care have dedicated themselves to working with you and your health providers to get you out of pain and to keep you out of pain through world-class physical therapy and interventional procedures that are evidence-based with proven results. 303-GOT-PAIN, ColoradoPainCare.com. A little later on, you're going to be hearing from Affordable Interest Mortgage on how to refi during these times and what the asset manager is all about. This company has a unique product, a line of credit for your home, and this line of credit can be paid up and down at will. So you can zero balance or you can have a $100,000 balance, whatever your home will support. And it's a fluid loan, a liquid loan. He calls it the asset manager loan. He also does FHA, VA, and of course jumbo loans. Whatever you need, you can find at Affordable Interest Mortgage. The website, aimortgage.net, 720-895-0500, 720-895-0500. I've known Kurt Rogers for years, and I know you can trust him. aimortgage.net.
Kitchens, baths, doors and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. We have our word for future right at Sunrise. Hi, I'm Todd Chikini. You know, my dad started making that stuff on radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we like to be. And this is Dan Chikini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job and fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. Or you simply want to feel well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make fair wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen and bath, or the warmth and quality of your windows, call us. You have our work for 303-722-2095, 800-362-8370, or VRHI.com. Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is fully fed and effortlessly adjusts in response to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Improving quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save up to $500 on select Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds. Plus, free premium delivery if you have eggs.
Did you say 8 short, 8,000 short on that recent payment, or 5? I'm sorry, just 8 or 5? 5, thank you. Because it did not include November. Did they?
So October and November were full price. December, January, and February were half price. They paid December, January, February, and one full price. They didn't pay. Not a dime on that.
That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
Do roller coasters sometimes make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, will that market volatility derail your retirement?
Half for December, January, and February. Okay, that's right. And then October, November, full.
Call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
From the Exogen Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
I'm Fox 41 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Carly Husky. We are cloudy through mid-morning, then get back to sunshine. Temperatures also back towards the upper 60s, low 70s, with some breezy winds.
Okay, dads, it's time to do the Cabbage Patch, the Running Man, or something more contemporary, the Floss. Dance like a dad. Learn more at fatherhood.gov. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
Denver's talk station.
Online at khelp.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have some follow-ups here. Alexis called, and Alexis had a contractor who took $22,000. And did you get anything done? You had a $22,000 payment. What did you get done for that, Alexis?
Basically, he sort of put in a sprinkler system, but he didn't finish it. And there are heads where they're not supposed to be, even though he knew that in the
So
future
he improperly installed a sprinkler system. What was he supposed to do in addition to that?
He laid down some sod, and because we had to hand water it, even though we had a sprinkler system because it didn't work, he was supposed to do landscaping and some external things on our home, and then he was supposed to, the big project, thank God we didn't let him in the house, was to knock down an exterior wall and extend out our kitchen.
Why did you pay him $22,000 up front? Why?
Well, oh man, he was a charmer, and
what's his name?
My gut was telling me his name is Jason Geyer, but he also goes by Jason Montoya. Basically, he sold us this whole thing. We signed a contract, and he explained how a project this big, he's got to purchase a lot of supplies, and it made a lot of sense. So up front, we gave him $15,600.
15,600. Where'd the 22 come from?
Well, so
just tell me additional payments. Okay, that's all I need to know. Alexis, I need to know this though. How much value did you really get from him? How much value?
I mean, honestly, I would pay him $3,500 maybe.
All right, so we're going to go. Yeah, Smarty Marty took this, and Smarty Marty, did you get to talk to this Jason Montoya or Jason? What's his other last name?
Geyer.
I love people with multiple last names. What's the name of the company?
Exquisite LLC.
Exquisite LLC. Okay. So what did you find, Deputy Smarty Pants?
I was able to reach him. I did speak with him.
Good.
And he first tells me he can't speak to me because he says this is going to go to litigation.
Okay. Yeah.
But then he opened up, and then he did speak to me.
Good.
So which I found odd, that if he hired a lawyer, they would normally tell you can't.
Yeah. Okay. Right? So I think he was stalling. But anyway, go ahead.
So he just told me this and that and this and that. He's blaming COVID. He's blaming this. And he's blaming that.
Right.
And I said, listen, do you owe her money or not? I mean, even with COVID, people can write a check, So he just didn't want to talk about it, and he says he reached out to her, and so I really wasn't able to get through very much. And the reason Alexis is calling today is to ask your advice whether or not she should send a certain email to him, because Alexis has an appointment with an attorney at 2:00 today.
Smarty Marty, do you think this guy's going to come through? What's your gut?
My gut says, well, I don't know. He wasn't very forthright. He wasn't very forthright to me.
And he got a lot of money. So did he ever say he was going to go back? Did he say he did enough work already?
He claims that he's going to contact her through his lawyer, and he's blaming her. He's blaming her for the lawyer because he's claiming she's the one that initiated the legal.
Well, she probably
situation.
did because she got ripped off. You know,
Well,
I mean,
told him it's 5 months already. I asked him to put himself into her position, and if you give someone $22,000 in October, November, December, January, I said, asked him, how long would you wait? He says, oh, I'd wait till I'd be better. I said, come on now. So Tom, I lost my cool with this guy, by the way. This is the first one I ever did. So.
Okay, you know what? I don't blame you because you can't be perfect. And you have a lot of patience. Alexis, what were you going to ask me about an attorney? I mean, this guy, if you sue him, most likely he doesn't have a dime anyway. But yeah, I would sue him if I were you. But the problem is it's going to cost you thousands just to get him to court to find out he has no money. I don't know, unless he does have money. You know, what I would do, you need to did you hire another contractor?
We're working on it right now.
I hope you're working. I hope you're hunting at referralist.com because the reason you ran into this problem to begin with is where'd you even find this guy? Where'd you find him?
Through Nextdoor, the app.
Yeah. So what is Nextdoor? It's a community of people talking. They don't check people out.
No.
For all, somebody's cousin could go on there and said, oh, he did beautiful work at my house. Listen, I'm not dissing Nextdoor, but it's certainly not a referral list. Nextdoor are a bunch of people talking, and you don't know who they are. I mean, it could be a neighbor. It could be this guy's brother-in-law. We never really know. And so many people rely on recommendations from Nextdoor, and you have no clue who you're getting those recommendations from. That's all I'm saying. They could be genuine. Maybe they're not. We don't know. It is fertile ground for ripping off people, just like Craigslist is and all the rest of them. So I'm just saying that because you can't just go by someone blindly saying, oh, yeah, this Jason Montoya did a good job for me. I'd like to know, did you check any of his references?
Well, we looked up his business license. We looked him up, but then we realized later on that there's multiple Exquisite LLCs. So this guy is probably really good at being bad.
Except they don't get through our screen. They don't get through our screen. Here's the thing, okay, Alexis, that's water under the bridge right now. You may, I'm not saying you should, you may say goodbye to that money. I want you to find a good contractor to truly not rip you off. And what I mean by that is I don't want the next contractor saying, just because they know you have trouble, saying, oh, we got to rip everything out and start over. Because you very seldom have to do that, but a lot of contractors like telling you that. I'm hoping you can find somebody that'll at least help you recoup some of what you paid. This guy, Jason Montoya, or Jason, is it Guyer?
Yeah. Yep.
This Jason Guyer sounds like a real piece of work, and we need to put the word out about him. And if I were you, I would sue him if you have the money, but do you understand it could be just good money after bad? But I would if you could. At least in small claims. Go ahead.
Yeah. We had a private investigator look into him, and I don't think anything is in his name at all.
See, the guy,
not his car, not his house.
He sounds like a professional crook to me.
Exactly.
What is his phone number? I'd like people to let him, and I'd like to at least. Well, no, we did try talking to him. Okay, Smarty Marty did. What's his phone number?
Marty, do you have it?
Yeah, Smarty Marty. Do you have the number handy?
Yes.
What is it?
303.
Yes.
901.
Yes.
5948.
Okay, if you guys see this number on Nextdoor or anywhere else, avoid it like the plague. 303-901-5948. Exquisite LLC. People, we have to stop these ripoffs. Now, let me make myself clear because I never want to be accused of inciting ridiculousness. I am not saying that we have to do anything except let him know we're going to spread the word about him. I never advocate anything other than letting him know we're doing a service to this clown, Jason Montoya Guyer, or Jason Guyer Montoya, or Jason Guyer, Exquisite LLC, 303-901-5948. Okay? This guy is obviously a clown who doesn't care. 303-901-5948. And this is going on the Sleaze Brigade to warn others. Suzanne, we got to try to find this guy if you can. 303-901-5948. Let him know you heard about him on the Martino Show. I want him to know. And then please tell him he can call us at any time at 303-MARTINO. But you know what? Do you understand the privilege we have? You see, you don't have anyone cutting you off or censoring you here on the Troubleshooter Show. This is a forum that helps people. I don't care what background you are. I don't care what politics you have, what religion you have. We come together to keep people from ripping people off. And this guy is a ripoff. And I'm asking you to let him know. 303-901-5948. We have stopped people in the past and will continue to do it because people should not be cheated. That's the simple goal of this show. His number is 303-901-5948, Exquisite LLC. Let's let Montoya Geyer or whatever the hell his name, let's let him know that we're not gonna put up with it.
I'm sorry, got here.
Michael Brown at 630 KHW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, the Mile High City Freeway system in pretty good shape right now. Watch out for a bit of delay on westbound 270 either side of Vasquez, although speeds have improved quite a bit over the past half hour. No delays on I-70 from Arvada all the way out to Pena Boulevard. Earlier crash called out eastbound to Washington never materialized, so that's good news. I-25 easily up to speed through town. Up in the high country, US 6 remains closed both directions between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, decreasing clouds throughout the day with a high of 60.
They're not going to open schools in Los Angeles again. It's fucking. They're going to have so many kids that are just literally retarded, just slower than the rest of the fucking.
What are they waiting for? Perfection?
I have no idea what they're waiting for. No freaking clue.
To learn more about how to be the perfect parent to teens in foster care. Sponsored by Ad Council.
I am still feeling the wonderful effects of the IV treatment therapy I got with NAD. By the way, IV therapy in your home is available through Rocky Mountain IV Medics. And you know what I love about Rocky Mountain IV Medics? It doesn't cost you any more than if you went to a hydration bar. Why would you do that when you can do it in the comfort of your home, same-day appointments even? Rocky Mountain IV Medics. Now listen to this. They have it for migraines, vitamin deficiency, dehydration, general health, and the NAD. Oh, woo. 720-987-2155. 720-987-2155. All right, let's talk about countertops. Mitch Floria, The Art of Granite. Here's the simple proposition. If you want countertops, you call theartofgranite.com. Give them an idea of your project and get a price on the phone. It's that easy. You pay wholesale for materials, and tear out hallways free, the bathrooms free too. Let's talk, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. The only place ever giving a price on the phone, 303-386-5919. You know, every week, at least, right, we have on Brad O'Brien as our expert in real estate. Every week you hear about real estate problems on this show. And what are they about? People who did not read the contracts, or people who got into a property line dispute, or a fence issue, or an easement, an access, adverse possession, liens. It goes on and on. Brad O'Brien is an attorney whose practice specializes in real estate of all kinds. So let him review your docs for a few $100 instead of wasting thousands. That's right. Why wouldn't we have a real estate attorney? 720-370-7388. That's the new norm. Have a real estate attorney review docs. They don't have to come to closing if you don't want them to. They don't have to do a lot of work. He has flat rate pricing. OLSlaw.com.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had a dummy. Instead, you have this.
This funky stuff come up, so it'll come back to him. He may not catch wind of it today, but he'll catch wind of this. And then let us know how it goes with the attorney. And if you need any other advice or support, just let us know. Well, thank you, and best to you guys. I know this sort of issue is really stressful, so yeah, stressful. Yeah, yeah. Keep us posted, Alexis. Take care. Bye-bye.
Along with vaccines. They're how we use it.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
How would you like to come home to your very own gorgeous 8,400 square foot home? Well, now you can. This award-winning home can be yours, but only through the Mile High Raffle. This stunning custom home features a beautiful 40-foot staircase from the gourmet chef kitchen to the jaw-dropping passageway with your very own private sauna. You won't believe your eyes. The Mile High Raffle offers over 4,000 prizes from high-end cars to incredible vacations. 1 in 20 will win. You can feel great knowing you're supporting life-changing programs for kids through Boys and Girls Clubs and outdoor events. But hurry, enter early now. And we can make your house by Friday, March 12th and get an automatic gift with a BMW X5 just for entering early. You must enter by March 12th to win the BMW X5. Go to milehighraffle.com for your chance to win. That's milehighraffle.com and enter by March 12th to get automatic entry to win the BMW X5. That's milehighraffle.com. Play today.
Hi there, from Barry Miller. You always get tipped off rather than ripped off when you listen to our real estate shows Saturday mornings from 8 a.m. until 10, right here on 630 KHOW. Tune into Peace to You from Peace Lutheran Church in Arvada this Sunday. Peace to You brings you encouragement and a fresh, uplifting start to your week. Peace to You comes every Sunday, right here on 630 KHOW at 7:30 a.m. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome. Let's take this second problem that Smarty Marty tried to help with or may have helped. You know, it's so nice to have someone on our team that can cut through red tape and at least get to talk to people. Jim, you had something with GM Financial. What happened?
Yes, excuse me. I noticed in one of my wife's savings accounts that we wasn't really active with, had automatic withdrawals taken out by GM Financial.
And so when you added it all up, it came to how much? About $2,000?
$2,012.
2012. Now, here's the problem. With this $2,000 coming out of your account, it was clear you or your wife did not have any payments due to GM. You never financed anything through GM. And to make a long story short, they ignored you. And it pissed us off. And your bank, and I don't know if you complained to your bank or not, but we were upset about this. And Smarty Marty, what did you find out about it?
Well, I called his bank, his credit union, and I also sent a letter to GM Finance through Media Relations.
Yeah.
And both responded within an hour. So apparently, the manager at credit union, her name is Rebecca, she knows your show very well. Once I identified myself, she says, I can't talk to you because you're media and you're not, you know, I don't have Jim's permission.
Okay.
So I said, let's get Jim on a three-way call and you'll have his permission. She says, I don't think that'll be necessary. We'll get back to you.
Yeah, and what happened?
2 hours later, Jim calls me and says, I don't know what you did, but I got all my money back.
Oh, that is good news. After getting that other call about that creep over at Exquisite, that's good news.
But apparently Rebecca has a sense of humor, right, Jim?
Yes.
Jim, what do you mean?
Rebecca said to Jim, what's the matter, Jim? You want to make me famous on the Tom Martino show?
Funny. So, Jim, you got your money, brother. Thank you for calling us, man. Spread the word, okay?
I will. I can't say enough about how helpful Marty was and your show was, Tom.
Yeah.
Hey, I do have a question for you,
sir.
Tom.
Yes, sir.
What can a person do about all these robocalls? It's just nonstop all day.
You know what?
You don't know who's calling.
And here's the problem now. You block a number, they just spoof another. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing. There's truly nothing you... Oh, wait. There was one screening technique I heard where they call... Mark, have you heard this? Where they're calling you... And,
I think it's called Robo-Killer.
Do you know? No, but I don't know if you're talking about this one. See if this is what you're talking about. Somebody actually comes on and says, you have reached so-and-so. If you are a solicitor, hang up now. If you know him and it's a personal call... dial press 1 or press 2.
Yeah, I think that's Robo-Killer.
Okay. Jim, you can get that kind of screening process. I don't know if it's an app or what it is, but you can get that. That does work.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it. And I definitely appreciate you, Marty's, and your help on this.
Well, thank you, and do me a favor, go on Nextdoor, all of the Nextdoors, and just simply, here's all you have to do. If you hear people discussing problems, a lot of people discuss problems on Nextdoor. It's a wonderful vehicle for people to talk to each other. The reason I like it so much is you can't get a lot of people spamming you like on Facebook because you can only sign up and be on one community at a time. You can't broadcast to everyone. So all of you on your individual Nextdoors, if you hear people or, read about people having trouble, tell them they can call us at 303-MARTINO. One guy was having a moving scam, and he went on to try to give steps on avoiding moving scams, and he just went through it. And what he doesn't understand is that we've handled hundreds of these. So please tell people if you have a moving problem, don't read tips on Nextdoor, not that they're going to be bad necessarily, but go to a place where we have handled stuff like this. So tell people, 303-MARTINO, that's all you have to say, and you'll be a hero on your Nextdoor. Now, Martin, thank you for hanging out, and you called us, we called you back. Tell me about the trim that blew off your house.
In 2015, we contracted with Oakwood Homes to build us a new home. We picked out the color of the siding and the trim. They constructed our home. We moved in it in like April of 2015. In 2018, they had to re-side our home because they said the color wasn't working here in Colorado.
They did it.
Although I've seen that.
They did it under warranty?
Yeah.
Okay.
They had several homes that they said that it wasn't working. The sun was warping the siding really
I got it. Well, that's good of them to replace it all. So what happened then?
Well, they said that they were only going to do the siding and not going to replace the trim, so we had to pick out a color that we didn't really like, but, it was all we had to pick from. Okay, well, not even a year later, the trim started blowing off the house. So we contacted Oakwood Homes and said, hey, the trim's blowing off our house. And they said, well, that's not our problem.
All right.
Contact your insurance company.
That's usually the way you go is your insurance. But here's what I want to know, okay? Because I know you have a long story, but I want to get to the part where you found out it was short screws. Who told you it blew off because of short screws?
I happened to, Oakwood was doing a lot of re-siding around here. So I went over and I seen one of their siding contractors. And I said, hey, would you mind doing like a side job, and put the trim back on our house?
Did you ever put a claim in with your insurance?
We contacted them, but the deductible was way more than what it would cost to put that trim back on.
I got it. So anyway, when this guy came over to do the side job, he found the short screws. I just want to get to that part. Did you find out there were shorter than proper screws?
Yeah.
And what did Oakwood say about that?
Well, they kept giving us the runaround, and months went by again, and finally they said, "Well, we're gonna turn it over to our warranty department."
Okay.
Which was Shazam.
Did they ever end up? Did they ever end up making good on this?
No, never.
How much did it cost you?
3 years now.
How much did it cost? It might be too late now to go after them in 3 years. How much did it cost you to replace it?
We haven't done it yet.
Oh, good.
They've been
okay.
All
right.
And
so we need to get a hold. Listen, we need to get a hold of Oakwood Homes and simply say this. Here's what I'm thinking. If it was never done right to begin with, and it blew off because of it, then they should replace it, right? Isn't that logical?
Right, but the contractor they hired, they wanted him to pay for it, to come back here and redo it.
He should. He should, because he did it wrong.
Well, he went out of business.
Well, then guess whose fault? Then if he went out of business, you need Oakwood to step up. Listen, Oakwood Homes has been around forever, and they suck. I just want to mention that, by the way. They suck. I have never, ever heard of them doing good things for their customers in a conflict, okay? That's just my own personal experience. But I can't even say if the Oakwood you're talking about is the Oakwood I've dealt with over the last 40 years. I don't know. I mean, it's a common name, but Oakwood Homes has never been stellar in my opinion, and they've always sucked. Now, I don't know what kind of result we're going to get when we call them, because usually they don't care, okay? And what I'd like to do is take a stab at it. So, Suzanne, let's see if Deputy Doc can call him. Let's see if Deputy Doc can say, listen, it's a very simple thing. Martin, don't complicate it, okay? Don't ever complicate it. Here it is, and here it is very simple. Oakwood Homes had a contractor replace your siding, and when they put the trim on, they used improper length screws, which caused it to blow off. Period. Done. Okay, that's it. We don't have to go through any other that's it. You keep them pointing at that. That's it. Let's have Deputy Doc call him.
Tell your smart device to play 630.
Mark, can you do simply? I need to use the pressure. Thank you.
Okay. Martin? Okay, I'm going to 715-896-4838 for your phone number to give you a call so he can get some more information on Oakwood Homes to start working on this issue. Okay.
Get on the floor. Dance like a dare. Learn more at motherhood.gov. Sponsored by the Ad Council. The most
Inc.com will save you up to 40% compared to the other guys. You know what we loved about them? Suzanne and I called them up. They brought the showroom to us. We wanted to make sure the new carpet we were getting would match our furniture and match everything else going in our house. They're great folks. They show up on time. They bring the showroom to you, and you can save up to 40% compared to the big box. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Go there, get it scheduled. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Kitchen, baths, counters, and floors, even replacing windows and doors. Have our words with future right at Backyard.
Gotcha. Be sure to tell Deputy Ken that when he calls you, okay? I'm not sure if he's going to be right away or if he's going to wait till after the show, but anticipate that call because he'll want to start working on this. Okay? Sure. And then we just ask if we're able to get you resolved to come Okay, Martin. I'm sure we'll be talking to you. You have a good day. Bye-bye. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? This is Suzanne. It's Suzanne Permanent Leave on. Yeah, she's just doing sales. Yeah, I just took my December. You know, Daphne lived 5 minutes from here. And then they didn't want anyone else in studio, so it didn't really make sense for me or me to be driving in from Franktown. But then Mark and I, we ended up with COVID in December, and so at the beginning of the year, we were all good in the hood. What can I help you with?
That's why you owe it to yourself to check out the rate of auto insurance. With Pi, it's easy to find out how to take. Just get an online quote for 3 minutes on your computer this month.
December, January, and February were half price, right? Yes.
Auto insurance was created exclusively for small businesses. Folks made workers comfortable for you with a simple online experience and trusted service. Pi is rated excellent. Customers can say they make getting insurance the easiest way. What do you want to do? Find out how to other insurance agents provide insurance or get a quote in 3 minutes. Try Pi.com. That's TIPI.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated text message. Message data rates may apply. Come on, one more rep. You got this. And there it is. Nice work. You're a beast. Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I gotta tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me. Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right? Oh yeah, the patented key ingredient is Testafit, which helps boost healthy testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass. That's clearly stronger with more energy and endurance. See, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix. So, Rob, you just got to send them a text. Text energy to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text TNERGY to 321321. That's energy to 321321.
Want to hear something weird?
Huge changes in our economy. This is a really important time to pay attention to your spending and your saving. Don't waste money, and very important.
I think my RV's worth more than what I bought it brand new for right now.
For example, a mortgage refund.
You think the inventory's that fucking short?
Wow.
I'll just get a new one.
That's what I'm doing, but I figured I didn't know if now was a good time to sell, so I just looked up other ones, and they're fucking selling for more than I bought it brand new. Inventory.
What kind of?
That means you're fucked when you do the other side, though. I'll get a diesel pusher.
But also reduce the number of monthly payments that you need to focus on. And you know what else? When you choose American Financing, there are never any upfront or hidden fees.
Mark, is that even 10 per lead?
No obligation. So
yes.
What are you waiting for? Give them a call, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, let's talk. What is on your mind today? We are learning a lot so far this morning. First of all, we know that this exquisite LLC, which, by the way, was recommended on Nextdoor, took 22 grand and did little or no work for Alexis, and this is Jason Montoya or Jason Geyer, Exquisite LLC. We also learned that Oakwood Homes still sucks, probably. The guy's trying to get his trim done because they blew off, and they refused to acknowledge how badly it was done. Now, if it was what he says, which is short screws, too short, and I don't know what that means. if there is a recommended length and they didn't use it or whatever. Or is it just this guy's opinion? We'll have to look into it. Sean, welcome to the show. What's going on with you, Sean? I'm Tom Martino.
Good morning, Tom. Thank you for what you do.
Hey, man, thank you
I
for
hired
saying
this
it.
guy
Yeah?
off of Marketplace and next door to put in a window for me.
And he was recommended off of Nextdoor. Who is he?
His name is George or Jorge Hernandez.
Jorge Hernandez. And,
yes, sir.
And tell me, what's the name of his company?
That I don't know, because it's what he did is when he came out to look at the job, he got on his little tablet like he was gonna, be professional about it, and told me that he basically needed $1,200 up front to pay for the material.
Listen, let me explain about money up front. Let me explain about money up front. I am not no. I am not diametrically opposed to money up front in all cases. Here's all I'm saying. If you pay money up front, you should never pay it to someone you don't know, ever. You should never. And it should be a well-established company. I mean a well-established company, and you should verify that the money is going for materials, or you should pay for materials when delivered. You should never pay money up front for nothing, ever. Okay, this guy wanted you to pay money up front for nothing. I want to speed forward because I'm getting sick and tired of Nextdoor recommending ripoffs. George Hernandez took how much? $1,200. I just need to know a yes or a no. Did you get your window?
No.
Okay. I'm hoping all of the Nextdoor addicts hear this. Do not find your contractors on Nextdoor. You can go there and talk about Mabel's rose bushes, and you can talk about how wonderful this place is for walking your dog, but to try to you don't know who is recommending these people. So this guy, I just need to know, this guy, George Hernandez, egress window $1,200. How long ago did you give him the money?
I gave it to him on Tuesday. He came out and said, "Yeah, I'll have somebody here tomorrow." Well, he texted me back and told me that his truck broke down and that he would be here tomorrow. I said, "Okay." I understand things happen, so I said, "Okay."
But he never came. That was last week, last Tuesday, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You're not going to see your window, and you're not going to see George. Do you have a cell phone number for him?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did you get a copy of his license? You should. I
do have that too.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Well,
you knew enough to get a copy of his license?
His license plate, not his license.
Oh, okay. Well, that's better than nothing. Hang on, Sean. We'll come back to you and more. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino, trying to keep people from getting ripped off, and it's getting more and more difficult.
Everyone loves The Office.
The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgart, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never before told stories.
Your kids watching?
Never. No, come on. They've never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Are you suffering from leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs? Well, 5 people live with the discomfort of vein disease, and that's a lot more common than you think. The Doctors of United Vein Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of laser technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screening today. That's 1-800-NEW-LEGS. United Vein Centers, America's top vein care center.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplis today at 4, 6:30, KHOL, Denver.
BBC News, I'm Bill Reed. Shortly after the trial for the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd this past summer began, jury selection has been delayed. This after an appeals court ruled that additional third-degree murder charges be brought against Derek Chauvin. The defense wants the state Supreme Court to weigh in. Serious accusations of racism leveled at a member of the British royal family disclosed in the Oprah interview with Meghan and Harry. Meghan talked about what the royal family told her about her son Archie.
He won't be given security. He's not going to be given a title. And also concerns and comments about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
Courtesy of Harpo Productions and CBS. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo standing firm after multiple women have now accused him of sexual harassment.
I'm not going to resign because of allegations.
Now the Democratic leader of the New York Senate says Cuomo should resign for the good of the state. This is ABC News. Special presidential envoy for climate John Kerry making the first overseas trip of any Biden cabinet member.
Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry will visit London, Brussels, and then come here to Paris for meetings with your nation.
Students and parents at the University of Michigan are pushing back after the university announced its plans to hold a virtual commencement this spring.
Hi, is this Kevin? Hi, it's Suzanne with the Martino Show. How you doing, man? Let's get you in queue here for your Steam Pro, and it was H2O Steam FX Pro, correct?
Good morning, Kate. How Troubleshooter
Okay,
show
let's
don't
get you
run
in queue
hang
for
on
this.
1 sec.
H2O Steam FX Pro Clean. Phone order. Never received. Okay, so it's been a few months. You've been patient. Oh, because it was some sort of payment plan kind of thing. Alrighty. What's the phone number you have so I can Google it?
State Health Department says it's confirmed that a South African variant of coronavirus has been found in the White Vista Correctional Complex in Chaffee County. 2 staff members and 1 inmate have tested positive. Colorado won't be joining Alabama, West Virginia, and a handful of other states that are loosening pandemic restrictions. Governor Polis announced Friday he's extending the mask mandate for another 30 days. Nuggets center Nikola Jokic is heading home to our game as part of Team LeBron's 170-150 win over Team Durant Wednesday. He scored 6 points and ground 7 boards. After the Coyotes tonight at Colorado, that's the latest.
This is finding out the last time this doesn't happen. You go right ahead. God, what is your deal? I don't know. I'm so fucking sick and tired of it right now. I am so sick and tired of it. I don't quite understand why they tell you one thing.
Detours are in place. Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated on when it reopens. Back in town, got a crash and a closure on the ramp from southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Decreasing clouds today with a high of 66. Right now, cloudy in 47. Your impact traffic and weather. I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Attention thrifters. Those awesome finds you get at Goodwill are even awesomer than us. Because as a nonprofit, Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
Modern landscape
love this attorney. He's so straightforward, Blake Harris. You know, he always has free consultations. And located near Union Station with free parking, listen to this, convenient appointments nights and weekends. All his ratings online are 5 stars. Why should you say, well, he does pre-post agreements. He also does probate and trust administration, including litigation. Maybe someone contesting a will, or maybe you want to contest a will. Civil wills, deeds, power of attorney documents, all trust matters. Whether you want to form it,
You can rotate them or just, I would rotate them all. Shit, they won't get old. I have a ton of them.
But this is really important. Asset protection from creditors and lawsuits. Asset protection is not just for the rich. That's a myth. An estate is worth, let's say, anywhere from $100,000 on up. That's all the liabilities and all the assets. You're $100,000 or more. You need protection. That's milehighestatePlanning.com.
It's Ross Kaminsky.
Mornings at 6.
Few reporters have better sources on our southern border and a better understanding of the utter chaos there now than Fox Nation's Laura Logan. Laura joins me Tuesday morning at 8:05 here on 6:30. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe. This is brought to you by Frank Durand, therealestateman.com. Frank Durand, therealestateman.com. Yes, free market valuations of your home that are way more accurate than Zillow or any other source, and it comes with no obligation. 303-920-1622. All right, Vanjie has a bit of a quandary here. Let's get back to Vanjie. Vanjie, she had some problems with her house, and right now she's dealing with her Allstate insurance, and all of that's being taken care of. But on a separate note, in addition to all this trouble she's having with, it started with, what was the original problem? It was water.
The fire. The fire. We had a fire in the chimney.
But
and then,
wasn't there water damage from the fire trucks or not?
No, not from the fire trucks. When the contractor took off the roof, they left the roof exposed and it snowed.
Okay, so
and everything got ruined.
So you got water damage and fire damage and all of that. So all of this is being taken care of by contractors. But in the meantime, with COVID, you got screwed up. You got screwed up. How many months have you? When did you stop making payments?
It'll be a year. We tried to extend it as long as we can because we thought we'd have the house.
Tell me when you stopped. It'll be a year right now. So last March. April. Oh, in April. So you did not pay April's payment of 2020. And for one full year, what does your mortgage company propose to do now to pick up the payments in April?
Well, I sent them. They asked me to send in the loan modification application, so I sent that in. They said we should hear back in 30 days. I've worked with the HUD company to get whatever documents together that we needed, but we still haven't heard anything back from them at this point.
So you've not heard anything at all. When did you send back the modification papers?
2 months ago.
And it was supposed to be modified with your understanding how? It was going to be put on the back of your loan?
They would do that, but I was asking for them to change the payment, is what I was asking as well, so that we could continue to afford it without going into foreclosure.
Okay.
So that's what I'm waiting to see if they can modify it.
All right, but you understand they already went a year without payments. Were you making any money during the past year at all?
Yeah, we were. We just went from we were making double what I am now.
How much were you making?
We were making around $2,000 a week, and we're making around $800, $900 a week.
So you wanted to know what you can do, and is your credit bad right now because of the
we paid off. We took the insurance money and paid everything off. so we didn't need anything replaced with the money.
Right now, what is your FICO score right now?
I think mine's 650. His is 720.
650 is not good. 720 is not great.
Well, it was better than what it was. I mean, we've come a long ways.
All right, so Kurt Rogers is with Affordable Interest Mortgage, one of my loan experts. Kurt, there's no way she can get this refied into a lower payment with that credit. Is there?
Not at this time. I don't know about her income, because if she has no debt, I think the income works. But because no payments for the last 12 months, I'm surprised her score is still as high as it is. But the modification is going to have to be done before she can relook at going forward, and she's going to have to be able to make 3 payments. Whatever term they come up with, she's going to have to be able to make 3 payments at that term before somebody else would relook at it.
Right, and which we're willing to do. We just haven't gotten. I worked with HUD, and we were waiting for them to contact us so we can contact Dover.
So, Kurt, you think if she makes just 3 payments under the modification?
Yeah, it sounds like to me, Tom, that when she went into this and did make her payments, the bank automatically put her in forbearance, which means they now don't report it. That's why the scores are so good. And you can do that for a year. The forbearance can go on for a year. At the end of that time, you can modify the loan, put the money back, do things. But the only way to get refinanced coming out of forbearance is you have to show you've made 3 payments, that you're back into the line of making your payments again, and then you can go forward and get it refinanced.
Okay. Now, does the lender have to modify it, or can they do that? How often do they do that kind of thing?
Now, what do you mean have to? Are you going to, if you...
Not have to.
Kurt, Kurt, is it easier, I guess is what I'm asking, to go through her current lender than a new lender if she wants to try to get a lower rate?
The only way, I believe, at this point, she's going to have to go through her current lender and get back on a payment plan with them on a modification. And then 3 months after she's made the payment, she can refinance to get the lower rate.
But she has to get back making payments first.
Yeah, she has to. Yeah, all the guidelines say you have to get back coming out of forbearance. You have to get back to making payments.
Now, you think they would get back to her before the payments are scheduled to start up again?
With the description of is the house finished? Has the house been fixed?
No, we're still like 5 months out still. It's been over a year, but they're telling me it's still be 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, see, the bank's not going to want the house in the condition it's at. So
right, and with it being new, we're paying that's our first time home buyer too. We were in there 3 months after we purchased it.
You hear what Kurt's saying, Vanjie? Even if you start making your payments under the modification, you're not going to ever be able to refi until the house is completely done.
Right, we understand that.
Well, that means you may have to make payments for about 5 months and another 3 months, another 9, 10 months possibly. Are you going to be able to do it?
If they can modify our payment, we would be able to.
No, they're not going to modify. What I'm saying, see, you're mistaking what a modification is. The modification you're in is not a modification of payment. It's a modification of they have a balance due, and instead of foreclosing, they're going to put it at the end of the loan. But, Kurt, I doubt it also will lower the payment. If anything, it would raise the payment. I don't know. What do you think, Kurt?
No, it won't change the payment. You can go back to making the payment you were. They're just putting it, like you said, at the end and basically extending the loan out.
Yeah, so, Vanjie, listen, I'm going to be straight with you here. If you're depending on them to lower your payment under this modification, it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I mean, it's not. You have to come to grips with that. If you can't
why would they ask us to send in all the taxes and all of our other stuff to see if there was something that they could do to modify it?
Well, maybe they will. Kurt, did you ever... I don't know, Kurt, maybe they will if they ask for that. Why did they ask for that, Kurt?
Why did they ask for the modification?
No, I'm asking this. Is the modification only to put the current balance due at the end of the loan, or could they possibly lower the payment? She seems to think it's also going to be a modification of payment. Why? I don't know why she thinks that. Because they asked for taxes. Did they say in the modification agreement that they will try to lower your payment?
Well, that's what they discussed. They were going to try to go off of our taxes and our payroll, and we sent a huge packet of information into them.
Good. I'm glad you did that. Who's your lender?
Chaffa. Dover Mule.
Well, maybe Chaffa. Maybe they may do it. I don't know. Kurt, have you ever experienced anything with them?
Tom, when you got because of what's gone on with COVID and the forbearance issue that's come into play, it was a great thing to get people past it. But then there's the other side of forbearance that's modifications. Yes, they can do that, but then that comes back and they'll start reporting late and trash your score and make you stay into the property for years before you can get back. It really affects you long term. The forbearance modification is just basically moving the money at the back, putting you back on making 3 payments, and you're on your way.
You know, Vanjie, at this point, you have no choice but to work with them at Chaffa. If they're the ones you sent the money to, quite possibly they will lower your payment. I've never heard of such a thing, but quite possibly they may. Because otherwise, they're going to have people who walk away. You know? They're not going to...
I know.
And you don't want to walk away. Do you have a point? Do you have a point person at Chaffa?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Now, one of the things, because she's got Chaffa, that's FHA, Tom.
Yeah.
Yes.
Once she's back on, it becomes a streamline. No appraisal, no income verification. She can just refinance and lower her payment.
Okay, so maybe they will. Vanjie, maybe they will. You know, I was looking at this as a conventional loan, and all they want to do is put the payments at the end, and for you to ask for a refi at the same time. But Chaffa might be different. So, Vanjie, what you need here, you need to work with Chaffa the best you can. You were calling us today for what reason?
Well, just that, to find out basically what we should do about the house, and then also just to find out about that. So that gives me...
Here's the bottom line, Vanjie. Here's the bottom line. It sounds like they are trying to work with you. It does. And you sent in the package. And I think if I were you, I would just go along with whatever they say, because they do not want to see you out of that home right now, especially you got 2 things going on. You know, you got the house in forbearance, plus you have all of those repairs that have to be made. Hold on. Kurt Rogers, Affordable Interest Mortgage, is with us. Plus, we'll talk about Medicare. We'll talk about Steam Pro. We'll talk about those egress windows. I haven't forgotten, Sean. Hang on. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Kitchens, baths, counters.
Okay, obviously we don't have to do that one. So it's become and master. Okay? You got it?
You want to do something else?
Yes, I'll do 230s.
That what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we like to be treated. And this is educated. Tom's totally deserved around you. Mention a guy. On your job at a fair price. Let me tell you about a guy. Here's a friend of mine. He's a hard-charging guy. You want to feel comfortable, and you simply want to be treated. That's what I want too. And Dan, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So, folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen or bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us. If you have our word, we'll treat you right at time. 307-22-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
I want to tell you about an extraordinary investment that has a guaranteed tax-free return, and that's becomethebanker.org. That's where you go to find out about it. And I can say guaranteed because it is guaranteed. And it is tax-free, and there are ways to get it out tax-free and never pay tax on it. It's a true thing. Plus, it's life insurance. Now, listen. Before you think you know what it's all about, at least find out more. It's a brilliant retirement plan. BecomeTheBanker.org. Also find out about another product called the Guaranteed Retirement Pension. That's BecomeTheBanker.org. If you want to renew that bathroom space, a shower, make a beautiful shower where that old tub is, or that shower, you could put in a rectangle shower with perimeter drains and grab bars and benches, and you can make it custom and beautiful, because that's what Renew Home Innovations does. Or you can make it a shower tub combo. They do it all. The wet space, they call it, in your bathroom now. Next day shower replacement. For details, 303-904-2000. And another company that will renew your home, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Beautiful stucco work, painting, and they do siding, and they do windows and doors, and of course they can do basements and kitchens. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Master Rooter Plumbing, these guys have the best pricing. Check this out. You can get a plumber to your house for guess how much? Ready? They'll come out there, they'll diagnose and give you a straightforward price with any issue you have. And on top of that, if you ever need a sewer line or water lines, these guys beat the competition by up to 50%. I have seen bids for over $20,000 on sewer lines, and these guys do it for under 10, and it happens all the time. Master Rooter Plumbing, 70434-3406, 720-434-3406.
It's all about the nose. It's your air filter, the first line of defense against bacteria and viruses. If too many germs get stuck in your nose, guess what? You get sick. That's why it's so important to keep your nose clean, just like washing your hands. Nasal irrigation gets rid of germs by rinsing the nasal cavity, but neti pots are hard to use and, frankly, kind of gross. Now there's a better way to keep your nose clean and help your body protect itself. It's called nasal care. Navage uses powered suction to flush out allergens,
That's it?
bacteria, and viruses.
Okay, they weren't protesting anything.
Fast, all-natural relief from sinus congestion.
I'll see you.
Breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier without drugs.
So all that was a party up in Boulder. That's all it was, a party. That's great. Political
You wash your hands and brush your teeth every day. Now it's time to start cleaning your nose with Navage. At Navage.com, CVS, Walgreens, Bed Bath, Target, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
She's retiring.
I
kept thinking it was stomach issues. She hates retirement. I'll bet you she never retire.
Who? Pelosi.
Oh. Actually, EPI, exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
Leading symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained.
Fucking overpulled 17 million viewers on
EPI
that.
symptoms can be confused with those
And
of
you wonder,
digestive
why
issues,
are people into
irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's,
I am.
celiac disease.
I have no interest. I don't even know why it's news. It's not like they can fucking pull the trigger on a bomb. They have no power.
EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker and identify.
And when the queen croaks, who's next anyhow? Who's in line to the throne, do you know?
Yeah.
Who?
They're Harry's father, Charles.
So what, he's like in the hospital almost dead, right?
No, that's the Queen's husband.
Well, how come he doesn't step up?
Because that doesn't work that way. He's not part of the royal lineage.
I got you.
It doesn't work that way. That's what's weird.
He's not in the
He's just married to
Yeah, but wait. So you're
those who are married do not become king and queen.
So this girl here cannot.
Never.
The interview.
Right. Even if her husband's king, she does not become queen. And
Because of lineage, I get it. The blood's not there.
And then also he dies, his firstborn. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Rose, what's going on with you, Rose? How can we help you?
And I was on the process of getting Medicaid at the end of February, and then this virus hit. So the guys I was going to go through, they no longer answered their phone.
What do you mean go through? The government. You mean the government was still doing Medicare?
Yes. So, but these guys had approached me to get Medicare.
What about your Social Security payments? Were you getting that?
No, I'm not receiving Social Security.
Are you going to?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I'm still working.
Okay.
What I need to do is I need a Medicare company, and I see advertisements on TV, but
You're talking, I think you're talking about a supplement. But Rose, you should have still signed up for Part A and Part B, and the fact that you did not could penalize you. This could be a big problem. Well, it could be a big problem. They may give you a waiver, so you need to sign up for Part A and Part B before you can get a supplement.
Okay, so what do I do? I need help.
All right, we're going to help you. You hold on. We're going to help you. Sean, that $1,200, you paid to George Hernandez for the egress window, did you ever hear back from this clown?
No, Tom, I had to call him myself. If I ever wanted to talk to him, I had to call him.
So,
the only time I saw him was when he collected a check from me, and that's the last time I've seen of him.
But it was only last Tuesday. Now, obviously, it's not a good sign you haven't heard from him, but it is only, it's less than a week. Tomorrow will be a week. So what was the last thing he told you?
That I told him, I'd call him every day and go, "Are you coming?" Yeah, I'm coming. And he never showed up. He brought a laborer out, and he showed up in somebody else's car, dug the hole, took the existing window well cover off, and supposed to be here till 5 o'clock and left at 4, and I haven't seen him since.
How much did he say the whole thing would cost?
$1,200 or $2,400.
Okay.
Okay. And
that
then talking to 2 other companies, Tom, they want anywhere from $6,500 to $5,500.
Well, that should tell you something.
It's going to cost you anywhere from $4,500 to $6,500. I don't know how anyone could do that for $2,400. That's dig the hole, shore it up, cut through the foundation, and put in a window. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. But Tom, you've got to have. I know a little bit about construction. I mean, Tom, you got to have a permit. And you got to have an engineer's report.
Sean, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. I agree with you that they could have never done it for $2,400. Why did you even believe that?
Well, because I didn't check out these other guys like I should have.
Okay, and the only one I would use is the Sennett family at Denver Egress. What is it? Denver or Colorado, Mark? Denver Egress Windows. They're on our referral list. They're great people. Now, here's what I would do, Sean. You got a hole dug. Did they dig a big hole, or did they just get it started?
They've got a pretty good-sized hole going.
Because here's why. You may have gotten almost $1,200 of value so far. You may have. I would not proceed with this clown. I would fire him and call Denver Egress Window. They already dug the hole. Just call it a loss. Let's just say to dig that hole would have cost you maybe $300-400. So you're only losing, and I don't mean only, but you're losing about $800. Did they do anything else other than dig the hole?
I'm making my side of my yard. They left the trash all over my yard.
I would not follow through with these people. and what I'd like to do is call George Hernandez and see what his side of the story is.
That'll work.
Okay. What's his number?
720-549-1084.
So George or Jorge Hernandez, 720-549-1084. That's his number?
Correct.
Okay. Suzanne, let's drop a dime on this guy and see if he plans on finishing. But I would fire him, Sean. Listen, except I want to say something, all right? I think it's impossible to do this for $2,400, but I want to make something clear. It's only been a week, and he did send a man out to dig a hole. So it's not like he completely ignored you. And I don't know why you're so panicked if he sent a guy out to dig the hole. You're panicked because you don't see a permit or anything like that, right?
Yeah, that and he hasn't been back.
Well, when did the guy dig the hole?
On Tuesday.
All right. It's only been 6 days. Hold on, Sean. No, you don't have to hold on. We're gonna call Hernandez to see if he wants to come on. Did you get the number, Suzanne? 720-549-1084. Let's see what Jorge has to say. All right? Now we have John Jones Jr. from Integra Insurance I want to talk to. John, I don't have a lot of time, but I can hold you over. If you don't get Medicare when you're 65, how long do you have to get it before you are penalized?
Well, so there's different parts. When you turn 65, you should be getting Medicare Part A. Regardless, you should be getting Medicare Part A.
It's what do you mean? It's automatic?
Automatic on the Medicare Part A.
Will she get a card? Will she get a card?
Yes, you should. Very much so. And Medicare Part B, you can apply for. If you are taking Social Security, you should get Medicare Part A and Part B automatic. If you're not taking Social Security, Medicare Part A still, and that's the hospitalization side, you should still get that. But Medicare Part B, you would need to apply for through Social Security.
And if you don't apply for it, what happens?
Well, it depends. Does she have coverage, or does this person have coverage elsewhere through an employer?
Okay,
for example.
Hold on, and we'll find that out, okay? Because she wants to know what to do, and I'm going to tell her, or you are. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon.
If you have something, I'll just pull it up.
Pull her and fix it.
Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the high country. There's still the closure of US 6 in both directions between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place. Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated on when it reopens.
Messes me up when you hit the clock.
And a closure on the ramp from southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Decreasing clouds today with a high of 66. Right now, cloudy and 47. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Attention thrifters. Those awesome finds you get at Goodwill are even awesomer than you realize. Because as a nonprofit, Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney that will give you free legal advice when you need it the most. And that's right after an accident. He can tell you what he thinks the case is worth. He can tell you what to do next. And he can talk to you about the collectability of a case. All of this information is valuable. Plus, he'll make sure you don't sit on your rights. Call immediately if you need help. 303-597-4500. That's legal help, of course, after you take care of your injury. PersonalInjuryCO.com. No obligation to hire him, but if you do, it's on contingency. 303-597-4500. We all have plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, but they don't always work properly, and you have one company you can call for any of those services. Fix It 24/7. Find them online at fixmyhome.com or call them for the $39 diagnostic. That means any problem anywhere in those systems, they will find it for just $39 and give you a solution up front with a price. If you decide to have the work done, they credit you the $39. If not, that's all you pay. And then you can shop around. 720-526-3939. Fixmyhome.com.
Children's Hospital Colorado Mighty Millions Raffle VIP prize deadline is this Friday. You could win a BMW X7 and a bail vacation, or take $80,000 in cash. Plus, you can win a $2.4 million fully furnished grand prize show home with over 10,000 incredible prizes with 1 in 15 odds of winning, including vehicles, getaways, season tickets, and more. Make a mighty difference for patients and families at Children's Hospital Colorado. Hurry, VIP deadline is this Friday. Buy your tickets now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
This is Brent Iverson of Ideal Home Loans. If one of your goals in 2021 is to move into a different home because of the time you spent in your home during 2020, Ideal Home Loans can help. And here's the great news. Thanks to record low interest rates, your buying power is stronger than ever. Ideal Home Loans can walk you through the whole process to make it fast, simple, and easy. Talk to our salary-based lending specialist today at 303-867-7000. Be sure to ask about our 3-week closing guarantee, where we will underwrite and approve your loan ahead of time so that you can go out to the competitive market and make an offer that's like making an offer with cash. Gone are the days of getting caught up in the bidding war. But I feel like you don't have to. If you need help with a real estate agent, we can refer you to one that we trust and can walk you through the whole process. Today, 303-867-7000, or you can apply online, idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender, regulated by NMLS 13756.
People often ask what the secret is to the many large jury verdicts and settlements that we've been fortunate to win. I tell them that our tactic is the truth. Our clients are very good people who've been seriously injured because of someone else's recklessness, and we do whatever it takes to make sure that their true story is told and proven. And because our cause is true, the compensation is large. Call me at 303-907-5003 or hit DanCaplislaw.com. That's Caplislaw.com.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle. From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the surprise show.
What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy and sell a home? Well, go to Orchard.com. Their Move First service helps you buy, then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages. And to make sure you get the best possible price, Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates, so your home is list ready. Joe, a recent Orchard client, said, "With Orchard, we got our new home for $10,000 less and got asking price on our old one. Highly recommend." Another client said, "We didn't have to carry 2 mortgages, didn't have to rush to move, and most importantly, we beat out 7 other offers for our new home." Go to Orchard.com now, enter your address, and get started with a free calculation. It's that easy. That's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
Buy and build kitchen and bath. Now, not only below wholesale pricing, we also do installations. I bought cabinets for just $2,000 yet everywhere else. We're pricing at $10,000 or more. 560 sides of man for cabinets. You will love it. I don't need to go back on Alameda to Japan. In South Watts to 560 South Japan. Buy and build.net. 303-295-6022.
Hi, Dan Shakini, done my kitchens and baths, windows and doors. Take your home like it is, and we'll help you make it like you want it. And doing just that successfully for over 30 years now. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Impacting your morning. I just wanted to thank you for what you do for the community. We need more of you out there, and we just need more discussion and debate, and less demonizing and name calling, and you do that.
With Ross Kaminsky, mornings at 6.
Well, the check's in the mail. Yeah. Thank you very much.
And impacting your day.
You guys get absolutely captivated. I didn't want to get in my truck to do my job because I want to do your job. Good job.
With Michael Brown. Middays at 2.
Could not disconnect.
Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713 Talk, 303-713-8255. And I want to remind you about safernet.com to put on your computer or your laptop or your tablet for safety. Now, safernet.com is an app that runs in the background. I want to clarify pricing. I've been saying $2 per device. It is $2 per device per month when you have more than 3. No, when you have 2, 4, 6. Yeah, when you have more than 3. So for each device, it's about $4 until you get to 3. Then it's only let me put it to you this way: the most you're going to pay per device is $4 per device, and it goes down to $2 per device. And that's per month. It's the best protection you can get for the price. Safernet.com. All right? Did I botch that up enough, Mark? Okay, now let's talk to Integra very quickly about Social Security. Then we have more coming from Affordable Interest Mortgage. So, John, this woman, she turned 65. She's going to wait for Social Security. She hasn't applied for anything. She wants to know what to do. When did you turn 65, Rose?
Last year, Tom, in July.
Now, will she be penalized for not applying for Part B?
Does she have health Rose?
Do you have health insurance, Rose?
Yes, I do. I have it through my job.
Okay, then no. No, you have minimum essential coverage through your job. You are not penalized for not taking Part B yet, until you lose that coverage through your employer, or you decide to retire, and then you can, at that point in time, apply for Part B through Social Security. And Part B, your Part A and Part B can start on separate dates. Part A should start when you turn 65. And then Part B, you can start once you come off of that plan through your employer.
Now, can she have both Part B and her employer's plan?
Don't recommend it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't recommend it. She doesn't need it.
Okay. So on the Part A, you say it's automatic. She's automatically enrolled.
Should she, if she's not sure, she can contact Social Security to see if she does have Medicare Part A. Rose, did you ever receive a card?
No, I have not received anything.
Okay. So Rose, another thing, I don't think you can get a supplement if you don't have Part B. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so here's what you do, Rose. If you're working, just stay there and take that health insurance. As soon as you're not covered by health insurance any longer for any reason, even if you're working, but if you're not covered, you then apply for Medicare Part B. You'll get a card, and then you call Integra Insurance for your supplements. They're the only ones that I recommend for supplements.
Okay, so I'm okay right now then, because I still plan on working. I'm not ready to try.
Right. You're welcome to give us a call, and I can ask some more questions, but it sounds like you're okay right now because you have coverage through your employer, and you can apply. You don't have to even apply for Medicare Part A right now if you don't have it. You can wait till you're off your plan also.
So right now you're doing fine, Rose. Anyway? Yes, I'm going to give you that number because they're wonderful people. Integra Insurance. Now, they do all health insurance on and off the exchange. They also do Medicare supplements, and that's where I go. 303-466-5500. Suzanne, you can make sure she gets that. 303-466-5500. So, on the egress window, I want him to call one of our people and forget about this company, but let's see if this Hernandez will come on the air. Meanwhile, Dean, I'm so sorry you waited, but go ahead, sir. I'm glad you contacted us, and we held true to our word and called you back. What's going on, Dean?
Yeah, so I lost my job back in December, and I had a colonoscopy scheduled, and I had health insurance through December, and so I called them up to find. I've called up Rocky Mountain Gastroenterology, who did it, to find out what my insurance was going to cover and what my copay was going to be, and they gave me the answer of. They looked it up, called the insurance company, gave me the answer that it was going to be nothing unless they found something they had to analyze, some polyps. And I'm a veteran.
Did you have it done while you were still covered?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the problem?
And the problem was, and I wouldn't have had it done if it was going to be expensive because
I get it.
I'm a veteran, and
I get it,
and I have also.
All right.
But at any rate, so I had it done. They didn't find anything, so I did not expect to receive a bill then. And all of a sudden, I get two bills adding up to $1,400. And I called them, and they
what's the bill for?
It was going to be one is for colonoscopy diagnostic. It says actually that's what they both say.
Okay, so what did they say when you called up and explained? I don't have to hear the back and forth. What was the end result when you called and asked why?
They said because I had a colonoscopy where they did find some benign polyps 6 years earlier, it changed the status of it with the insurance company from being like diagnostic to being routine or vice versa.
Yeah, they should have told you that because, Sean, you didn't tell them it was not routine. Once you only get a colonoscopy every 10 years. If you get them sooner based on a recommendation from a doctor because of what they found, oddly enough, they're no longer routine, so they're not going to pay for it.
And the problem is that they had all of that information.
Yeah, but
and so
I understand.
They could have given me the correct answer.
So let me get this straight. You call and ask, are you going to cover my colonoscopy? Now, they're supposed to go back to your last colonoscopy and find out that it was abnormal, and therefore that doctor scheduled you for another colonoscopy sooner, and therefore your colonoscopy would not be covered. How would they possibly know what your plan says? Because not all plans do that.
Because they actually called the insurance company and asked. They just didn't ask the right question.
Yeah, but it's not their responsibility. Okay, here is an excellent reason why clinics are not accepting insurance. They're telling you to put it through your own because they're held responsible. I'm going to make a long story short. You're not going to get them to waive the bill because they asked about the colonoscopy. Routine. So now, they might be wrong about yours, Sean. I wouldn't accept it. What Sean is saying is his company told him, his surgical center, wherever they did it, Rocky Mountain, told him that there would be no charge because he called and asked, would there be a charge for my colonoscopy? And he told them what his plan was. Now, Sean is upset because someone should have said, well, it depends. Is it routine or is it a follow-up? And they did not ask that. The company didn't offer that. So who should pay this bill? Do you have health insurance at all?
Now I'm covered by the VA.
Who were you covered by when you had the colonoscopy?
United Healthcare.
Okay, so United Healthcare did pay part of it. Trust me, they did, because $1,400 is not the charge of a colonoscopy. So
yeah, I understand that.
Okay, that was your copay. You're wondering why you had a copay again because it was not routine. See, when I went, they said come back in 10 years. Some other people go and they say you have to come back in 5 or 3 or whatever, depending on what they find. Insurances usually only pay for the once every 10 years, usually. Some of them will pay for follow-up diagnostics. So it's a cluster, but you can't, listen, I'm just saying this to everyone, not you. You can't expect clinics to know all of that. You have to know your coverage. You can't depend on them to do it. It's just, so you truly believe they should waive that copay because you asked them and they did not find out the intricacies of your policy. How would they know you didn't have a routine colonoscopy? Did you ask, what did you ask exactly? Did you say, I need to know if my colonoscopy is covered? Is that all you said? And then they would assume it was going to be routine, and you think it was wrong for them to make that assumption. I just think you're going too far to expect them to do that, to waive it. Did you ask them to waive it?
I did not ask them to waive it.
Why don't you?
Can you do for me?
Why don't you do it based on what you told me? Here's what you tell them. When I called you to find out if my colonoscopy was covered, you could have said, find out yourself, but you didn't. So I depended on your information. That's what I would say. And your information was wrong. I wouldn't get into, well, it wasn't routine, it was diagnosed. I wouldn't get into that. It's their problem.
I didn't even know that. They are the ones that told me that.
Well, then they should have known that. Tell them that. Personally, I don't agree with that, Sean. I think you're responsible. But use that argument and ask them straight up to waive that pay. Ask them to. See what they say. I mean, see what they say. If you're calling us to see, do you have a right? I don't think you do. I don't think you could make that case that they were negligent and therefore cost you. Because here's what I want to ask you, Sean. What would you have done had they told you there was a charge, a copay of $1,400? Would you have not done it?
That is correct, because I knew that after the first of the year I was going to be covered by the VA, in which case I'd pay little to nothing.
Okay.
I only did it.
Well, then call them and let me know what they tell you. Call them and use your argument. I just don't think it's fair to expect them to waive it. Now, I understand you can't pay it. I would ask them to waive it if I were you and see if they go along with your logic. I'd like to know if what do you think? When a health clinic says, hey, is the colonoscopy covered? And your insurance says, yeah, it is. Because 90% of the time it is. Except when it's a follow-up. I mean, what do you think? I think it's too hazy to blame them.
Tell your smart device to play 16.
I don't even know what you mean by covered.
Then you can hear news and
It's covered, period.
your life.
Well, okay, it's covered for what? In my circumstance, unless I'm $7,000 out of pocket, I'd be paying for it. It's not covered.
When you're a certain age, insurance pays for it 100%.
They do?
Yes, they absolutely do.
Let's go to the high country.
Didn't know that.
Just like breast exams.
Both directions between US 40 and Highway 119.
But they're not going to do it for you every 2 years. I mean,
yeah.
Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated.
So his was too often, and they said why? Because they found a polyp. So that means it's no longer routine. Mark, when you hit a certain age, you'll be free. I mean, not free. They'll be covered.
Well, okay, that's where I keep going. You mean covered.
100% covered by all insurance. If you're over a certain age.
The running mate, or something more contemporary. The flaws.
Unless, I guess you could. I guess find off the exchange still, can't you?
I don't know.
Mark, 888 Heating.
888heating.com. I love that number. I love that website. I want you to check it out if you're in the market for a furnace, or if your furnace right now has any issues going on. They'll come out and they'll actually give you a price to fix it. They're not going to try to shove a new one down your throat. And that's why I love these guys. They're going to give you all the options. You're the customer. If you want it fixed, they'll fix it. If you want to buy a new one, they'll give you a price on them, whether you want something basic or you want top of the line. Check them out, 888heating.com.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had it done. Instead, you have this. The Office.
Listen to this.
Podcast, hosted by Brian
CDC studies. Ready?
Yes.
78% of people hospitalized for COVID were overweight and obese. 78%. So there's your number one pre-existing was overweight.
And after that was age.
78%. That's crazy.
I tried to tell people that, didn't I?
For which there's no tax.
Yeah, 78 is crazy.
Tax relief from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom.
I fucking have said everything every time. I just never got
Can help you
kudos for it.
slow recovery with the best possible.
Because you're on the wrong side, bro.
Way better than you can do.
Everything I've said has come true.
Has not forgiven tax debt or overlooked non-filing. The good news, Larson Tax Relief specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. They guarantee you will be satisfied with the care and services provided. And they're headquartered right here in Colorado. Call now for a free consultation. 844-LARSON. 844-LARSON. Or LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON-TAX. Frank Duran, the real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He's been around a long time, and he has a passion and love for his clients.
Started out knocking on doors. Fast forward 26 years later, we love and appreciate every single client. This is where my passion is.
Find out more about Frank and why he is the best decision you'll make in real estate. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
We sell your home faster and for more money, and we have stats to prove it.
303-920-1622.
It's such a beautiful night. Look at the stars.
They're amazing. Did you know 20% of stars have planets orbiting them capable of sustaining life?
How did you know that? You must spend a ton of time reading.
Not at all. I use Blinkist.
Blinkist?
Yeah, it's an app that takes key insights from over 4,000 nonfiction bestsellers and gathers them into 15-minute blinks for you to read or listen to. With Blinkist, you can learn the main points of an entire book in just 15 minutes, as opposed to days or weeks.
And what kind of books?
Nonfiction books in over 27 categories, from personal development to history, management, investing, philosophy, and more. Books like A Beautiful Mind, The 4-Hour Workweek, Freakonomics, and Sapiens. Blinkist makes it easy to learn about pretty much anything.
Like the stars?
Even the stars.
Right now, radio listeners get 25% off, plus 1 free week when you go to Blinkist.com/grow. To get this special offer, go to Blinkist.com/grow. That's BLINKIST.com/GROW.
Wouldn't it be great to escape to your own condo in the mountains, your own log cabin in the mountains, somewhere you can get away for long weekends or even work remotely? Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky for American Financing, reminding you that a new home, including a second home, is affordable right now, thanks to interest rates that are still close to record lows. And when you work with American Financing, you don't just benefit from custom loans, you actually get the full home buying experience because they partner with some of the top realtors in Colorado, so you can feel confident you're buying the right property at an affordable price with the best possible loan program. At American Financing, they are really in it for you. They're your one-stop shop when it comes to home buying, open 7 days a week, including evening hours. So don't put off that dream home any longer. Move on to something bigger or buy a vacation home.
Doesn't sound foreign to me, though.
695-7000. That's 303-695-7000.
Some radio station, Bighorn Mountain Radio Network.
Oh, I didn't know that.
MLS 12334 It was a year and a half ago that Denver store manager Lisa first noticed something was wrong with her gums. They were always sore and just didn't feel right. Lisa made an appointment with a regular dentist who urged her to see a periodontist.
So I did, and the news wasn't good. I had gum disease, and if I didn't do something about it soon, I could actually start losing my teeth.
Lisa had heard about the so-called cut-and-stitch surgery for gum disease, and she wanted no part of it. So when she found Dr. Deanna Snitzer and her Lanap laser procedure online, she called and set up a no-charge consultation.
I was nervous at first, But Dr. Snitzer put me at ease right away. She explained the laser procedure in detail, and I felt very comfortable with her skills. She's super nice and also very professional. The procedure itself was just as painless as she said it would be. Now my whole mouth feels great, and Dr. Snitzer is my regular dentist.
Dr. Snitzer can be your full-time dentist, too. Call 303-989-6500 for your free consultation. That's 303-989-6500. Or visit lasergum.info.
Fred wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they're making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right now from the sharpestsrides.com, get credit-approved online finance, and they will literally deliver your new car right to your front door. sharpestsrides.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Don't forget waterpros.net, waterpros.net for your wonderful water systems, the lowest price water systems anywhere, and the best quality. That's all I can say, waterpros.net. You will love Paul the Waterman. Now, Kurt Rogers, Affordable Interest Mortgage. Kurt, I talk a lot about the asset manager loan. The asset manager loan, and I call it the liquid loan. Can I ask you, somebody has a loan, they owe $200,000 on their house. How would they go about getting a liquid loan, and what would it look like?
Well, with home values as high as they are now, Tom, many people have a lot of equity that they don't think is sitting there. What the asset manager or that liquid loan you're talking about does is allows you to be able to access it when you need it, but not pay for it now. So let's say their house is worth $400,000 and they owe $200,000.
Right.
They could get $320,000 available, pay off the $200,000, and have a line of credit for $120,000. Now that money's just there. It's good for 30 years. And they only have to pay for it if they decide to take it. But if you need to take it, it's an important reason why.
And if you take it, and hold on, if you take it, you can then pay it back any way you want, anytime you want, right?
That is correct. Because it's a simple interest loan, it's not like a lot of loans, and the kind of work compound. So it doesn't work that way. So as your payoff goes down, your payment goes down.
How long's that locked in for, Kurt? In other words, let's say the house is worth $1 million, you owe nothing on it. First of all, can you get 80% of value? Do you get the full 100?
Yes. Well, you can get 80% of $1 million. Yes.
And then how long is that? How long is that good for? Like 30 years?
30 years, you have access to your equity. After the first 10 years, they slowly start to decrease that because they don't want you to pull $800,000 out with a year left. But for the first 10 years, the full $800,000 is available, and it costs you only $60 a year to keep the account open to have that access to
but
that
there's
$800,000.
another benefit you're not talking about, and that is you can, if you have money in the bank during the month that you use to pay your bills, and you get a couple paychecks, and let's say you have $6,000 sitting there, that $6,000 you're credited against your mortgage balance.
What it comes with 4 features. The liquid loan. It comes with a checking account, a savings account, a 30-year mortgage, and a 30-year HELOC. Every dollar you put in the checking account goes to principal.
Yeah.
You can spend it, but it drives your principal down. When it does that, it drives not only your payment down, but your interest rate down because you're paying less profit to the bank to own the home.
Okay, hold on. We'll come back with more. Plus, I'll answer all of your questions coming up.
When it comes to kitchen countertops and cabinets,
if I was going to get a loan, that's the only way I'd get it. It's just the rates are low. I don't even know what it is. I'll ask them, what is the rate?
Wholesale prices
I
on all
wonder why they don't do one that's a second. I wonder why they always want that first position.
They don't. HELOCs never take a first. This is the few that will. Most of them do want a second. They only do second.
No, I'm saying why couldn't, in other words, why couldn't someone just do that product as a second?
But why would you?
Well, if you only owe $100,000 and you have a 2% loan right now or something, and it's going to be paid off in 3 years.
Because the money that you have in the bank won't count against that other loan you have. It only counts against. So, do you understand, for people that have $100,000 or more in the bank, or it sits in a check, do you understand how much that takes away from their interest? Yeah. So even if
It's a checking
Portions
account.
of the following
That
program will be
checking accounts
recorded.
pay nothing. This is a checking account that pays equal to your
With Tom Martino,
fucking.
now, Michael Brown.
Yeah, I do. So even if the mortgage is a little over market, I don't know if it is, by the way. I don't know what it is, but even if it is, that feature brings it down.
ABC News, I'm Will Reed. Shortly after the trial for the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd this past summer began, jury selection has been delayed. This after an appeals court ruled that additional third-degree murder charges be brought against Derek Chauvin. The defense wants the state Supreme Court to weigh in. Serious accusations of racism leveled at a member of the British royal family disclosed in the Oprah interview.
How do they say that when they don't even say who it is? Don't you find that odd?
Yeah.
Given security.
She said they would. They just talked about it.
And also concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
Courtesy of Harpo Productions and CBS. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo standing firm after multiple women have now accused him of sexual harassment.
Oh, I'm doing a sleaze on him.
Now the Democratic leader of the New York Senate says Cuomo should resign.
You should.
The state.
Do a sleaze brigade post on Cuomo. You should. You should. Do it. Why not?
Overseas trip of any Biden cabinet member.
Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry will visit London, Brussels, and then come here to Paris for meetings with European officials meant to, quote, strengthen global climate ambition, according to the State Department. The trip comes as Kerry prepares for Biden's Leaders Summit on Earth Day. The British government prepares to host the UN Climate Summit in November. Kerry's visit comes before any trips made by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Or
What is the Steam Pro FX order? Do you have any idea?
ABC News.
The what?
Paris.
The Steam Pro FX
The
order.
University of Michigan are pushing back after the university announced its plans to hold a virtual commencement this spring. They say they're upset after seeing that other campuses in their state are finding ways to celebrate in person. They're asking the university to reconsider, calling for an outdoor commencement with masks and social distancing. Will Reed, ABC News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
This dude, Sharkbait's going.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks,
man. I feel better.
Mockery called my loan back in 09 because they were scared due to the crash. The loan really got me.
With Frank Thomas, the big hurt, right? Oh yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testafit, which helps boost free.
He's saying he put two things. Yup, that loan works great until the bank calls the no due. Right. Then you're hosed.
Yeah, that can't happen.
Eugenics is a great
That used to know. And they didn't call it, and you're not hosed. Here's what he calls being hosed. If you took, he's right, if you had a lot of money, like 200, this is what happened to people back then, 200, 300, you have in your bank, they call the no due, right? That money you can't get back, and you were just using it as a parking place for that money. You didn't intend to really have it in
You didn't intend to pay your house rent or whatever.
So what happened was that mortgage company, they didn't call it due, they just froze it, saying you can no longer access your equity. Well, some people had just put in 200 or 300 grand, including me. And so what happened was Matt went to that bank and they released everything that was put in there in the previous 90 days, everything. And even if it was put in, it wasn't taken from you. It was paid. It paid your loan down.
I know, I see what you're saying. But it would put people in a cash.
Oh, it would hurt people. It was terrible. That feature fucked a lot of people. Except now that doesn't happen.
This vehicle was damaged by the crowd throwing rocks and bricks. And now there is a concern about the virus and the potential for all of this to turn into a...
He must have had a lot of money in there. And then when things turned to shit, it was terrible.
For the virus to show up.
You can't keep my money.
Hey, I was just letting you guys know I get to go get the car today.
Cool.
He told me that the engine that he replaced it with has 26,000 miles as opposed to the 80,000 one that I had in it. So
rock and roll, $1,000, right?
Yeah. So I should be able to go pick it up this evening.
Make sure you do your oil changes.
Between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place. Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated on when it reopens. Back in town, got a crash and a closure on the ramp from southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, decreasing clouds today, the high 66, right now cloudy and 47. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Attention thrifters. Those awesome finds you get at Goodwill are even awesomer than you realize. Because as a nonprofit, Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
The pandemic has taken its toll on business. Maybe you've closed your doors. Thought about it. Job in jeopardy, bills unpaid, all symptoms for which there's no vaccination. But you can get relief. Tax relief from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Larson. My friend Donna Jack Larson and their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible tax consequences. Way better than you could do.
So virtually you'd have no mortgage.
Tax debt or overlooked non-filing. The good news, Larson Tax
Mark, if you have a lot of money in a
so they can even do like a jumbo.
Yeah. So in other words,
I mean, if you have a $2 million house, they could do one.
I basically had no mortgage because I like this house I should do. I had $1 million or however much it was in the bank.
Yeah, it's just cash. You pay nothing but $60 a year unless you're using it. So, and if you're using it, is it tied to something? Is it a floating rate?
Okay. But
you guys are on a 10.
The problem is if you don't have access to it, you're fucked. But that doesn't happen. Like I said,
not really, because
your house is paid off.
Yeah.
But cash flow wise, you could be fucked if you were using that money to make payments.
This is the
Troubleshooter
Show.
A lot of people do that. They were putting their regular paychecks in there.
Oh yeah, just to offset.
Hi, I'm Tom Barton.
Your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Don't forget, this is the Troubleshooter Show, where we strive to save you money and get bad people off the streets from ripping you off. And one of the ways you can save money is an insurance checkup. Compass Insurance Group does that free of charge, checking your coverages with 25 companies. They can suggest a better coverage for lower premiums, usually, or tell you have a great deal. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com, a free insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. Sean, he said he gave some money to Jorge up front and $1,200, and then a guy came out and dug a hole. So it's better than what I first thought. I thought he did nothing, but he did send out a guy to dig a hole, and it's only been 6 days. But Sean doesn't have a good feeling because he didn't get a permit. He's never heard from Jorge unless he calls him. So I asked Suzanne to call Jorge. Suzanne, what did he say?
Well, I spoke to Jorge. He said that he called Sean over the weekend or last week. They were having car issues to get out to his place, but they offered to come out today, and Sean told him no. So I don't know if that was mentioned on the air.
No, it wasn't. He offered to come out today, Sean?
Yeah, he said he'd love to come out and finish the job.
Sean?
Tom and Suzanne, let me explain something to you real quick, okay? There's no possible physical way that he could finish that job today. There's no way.
Well, he wanted, okay, Sean.
He wanted to come out and get moving
Sean,
on it.
But if he wanted to come out and start working on it again, why would you say no?
Because I'm tired of the runaround. I mean, Thomas.
Sean, that doesn't make sense to me. Sean, I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense to me. Now, listen. First, you sign the contract on Tuesday. He sends a guy out in 6 days later to dig a hole, and then he's willing to come out on the 7th day or the other day. No, he's willing to keep working on it, and you tell him not to. Sean, it's only been 6 days. It's not like some of these people that wait months and months. I don't understand. It's not making sense to me now. You said you did not want him to come out and continue working.
No, he's fired as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
Then why did you bother calling us?
To find out if I was going to get any money back.
Well,
you're not going to get money back, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you won't get money back, okay? Here's why. because he's willing to do the job, and you didn't give him a chance. You can't even get him for breach of contract. Now listen, I'm not saying the guy could have done it for $2,400. I don't think he could have. However, here's what I'm saying. You have a contract, Sean. He sent someone out to start work less than a week later and then wanted to come out and finish, and you said no, and now you want money back, and you only gave him $1,200 down. Now, I'm switching gears here. You're the one in the wrong right now, Sean, because before you can call breach, you at least have to have the guy give him a chance, and you're not even giving him a chance. So I don't know where you're going from here, but I'll tell you what, you're not getting any money back, and I wouldn't be surprised if this guy puts a lien on your house.
Well, he did. He offered, he's like, look, if the guy doesn't want me to finish, we have to come up with what's fair for me to give him back. And I said, well, what do you think is fair? He said, well, I think we've done a few $100s worth of work. I'll give him $900 back. But,
well, that's
Sean
more
said
than
he
fair.
was going to close his gate so he couldn't get in or anything,
okay,
Tom.
Sean, you're on your own, bro. You're on your own. I'm done, okay? I don't deal with unreasonable people. And he even said he would give you a refund, so figure out how much that's going to be. Gosh, 303-713-TALK. We talked also about the liquid loan, or what we call the asset manager. It's a line of credit, a 30-year line of credit, basically. You get full access to the equity in 10 years. After that, it gradually diminishes for the life of the loan. But the real feature is when you keep money in your checking account during the month, it counts against your average daily balance, so you pay less interest. So, Kurt, to me, it's a great loan. Now, someone brought up I'm surprised that they even remembered this, but back in the when was the last recession? No, it was the first recession.
This said 08.
It was in 08? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
In 08, when it was Macquarie, this Australian or New Zealand company, I forget who the hell they are, but
Macquarie.
Macquarie had this loan, and a lot of people got the loan, and they were putting their paychecks in there, okay, weekly. So it would build up, and it would help them. And then Macquarie, suddenly, when the real estate market crashed, they locked the loans. They said no more access to your equity. Well, that's okay if you have a regular line of credit that you haven't been using. But if you put all your paychecks in there, and then at the end of the month, Macquarie says you can't get to your equity, you're screwed, because a lot of people were putting their regular cash flow in there, not just their savings. Now, no matter what, when I say you're screwed, they don't take your money. It paid down the balance on your home. So no matter what, your house was paid down. It's not like they stole the money from you. They just applied it to the mortgage. However, in that case, I want to tell people that Macquarie later, after many complaints, came back and released money that was put in there in the past 90 days. I think they allow, so those who put their paychecks in could get their money back. But aren't there regulations now to keep that from happening, where you work through where to get these loans? Who's the underwriter?
The bank that does them now is called CMG.
Now, that bank, CMG, okay, right. CMG that does that mortgage, when they do that mortgage, are there any safeguards in place to keep them from freezing your line?
Well, let me explain why they froze the lines at that time, Tom.
Because values crashed.
Oh, that's right, and that was the only reason. I had 47 customers that had their lines frozen.
Yes.
I went back and I got 44 of them up changed, because we were able to get an appraisal and show that the value they were showing was wrong, so the people had them.
Right.
But if you had the account, they did allow you to quit, do an automatic deposit into your account and just make the payment and keep the cash.
Right.
You weren't able to access your cash like you said, but you were still able to make the payment and keep it going forward. So instead of putting all your money there, you just made the payment on the mortgage.
I know.
This new bank was in business at the same time that Macquarie was, from 1999, and they never froze one account.
Okay. So CMG never froze an account?
Not one.
Okay. Now, that's who you use for these liquid loans.
What's the interest rate? Does it float?
The interest rate ties to LIBOR. It's a percentage over LIBOR. But understand, and let me kind of give you an example. If you deposit $10,000 into this account, because the way it works, it drops your payment $32. Why? Because it dropped the payoff.
Right.
So you're basically getting paid the same amount of rate that you're paying for the mortgage as you are for money you put in the bank.
I know. So theoretically, you always have a lower rate than the published rate.
Yeah, the effective interest rate on this normally comes in the low to mid twos.
Yeah. Okay. I got to go to another call. Larry, this intrigues me. What's going on with you, Larry? You're a landlord?
Tom, I'm a landlord, and I was driving down the road yesterday, and I got a phone call that from the next of kin that one of my tenants had passed on Friday. Now, what the heck do I do?
All right, we'll talk about that because it's very interesting. A lot of people think landlords and nursing homes are cruel when they do this, but it's every right. You have every right. Hold on.
Are you suffering?
30 seconds till ideal and Colorado.
Oh, God, that was terrible. Terrible joke. Straight out front. You know it's happened before.
How long is Kurt on?
Specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of
Whole show?
technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information.
Oh, no, good, because I think I should move Ideal.
Schedule your free vein screening today.
Because they're.
United.
You got 30 seconds till ideal and collar finger.
Colorado Pain Care is the place to go for pain. I am so happy they exist. A clinic of local doctors in Colorado. They work with all major insurance companies, all major hospital chains. They work with your health provider to get you out of pain. That's what they concentrate on, to get your life back. You don't have to accept pain. They have world-class physical therapy, by the way, that you can book directly, and they can help evaluate you, or you go to one of the doctors, same-day appointments. Now listen to this. This is an amazing thing because they are dedicated to getting you out of pain with evidence-based procedures. 303-GOT-PAIN. ColoradoPainCare.com. 303-GOT-PAIN. Another lender that I fully endorse, Ideal Home Loans, for your next Ideal Home Loan. You can, of course, go direct to a lender with Ideal. Now, here's the thing. If you're looking for FHA-VA, you have it at Ideal. They also have the interest rate guarantee. So if you refi with them and rates go down, then they will refinance you free of charge. They also have, of course, the other thing I like, credit optimization. What that means is you might be approved, but they go a step further and help you tweak your credit. You may pay a balance down here or there on a credit card to get you lower monthly payments. So they also have pre-approvals, which are like cash deals. You're already approved. All you need is the appraisal and you're off to the races. It's like a cash deal. All applications, processing, approvals, and closings can be done on the phone or online. 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com.
It's all about the nose. It's your air filter, the first line of defense against bacteria and viruses. If too many germs get stuck in your nose, guess what? You get sick. That's why it's so important to keep your nose clean, just like washing your hands.
How much time do I have, bro?
Irrigation gets rid of germs by 3 minutes. Neti pots are hard to use and, frankly, kind of gross. Now there's a better way to keep your nose clean and help your body protect itself. It's called Navage Nasal Care. Navage uses powered suction to flush out allergens, mucus, bacteria, and viruses. Millions use Navage for fast, all-natural relief from sinus congestion and allergies, and to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier without drugs. Navage is easy to use, affordable, and comes with an absolute guarantee of satisfaction. You wash your hands and brush your teeth every day. Now it's time to start cleaning your nose with Navage. At Navage.com, CVS, Walgreens, Bed Bath, Target, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
When should you start collecting Social Security? Starting at the wrong age means you and your spouse could miss out on as much as $200,000 over the course of retirement. Do you have the right retirement plan in place to help you afford the rest of your life? If you're not sure, call 888 Plan Rick right now and schedule a free Social Security and retirement review from an experienced Edelman Financial Engines planner. You'll get an analysis of your Social Security situation as part of your overall retirement income, along with your pension, savings, and 401k accounts. Plus, you'll get a comprehensive personal financial plan, an $800 value. It's all free. Call us at 888-PLAN-RIC by Tuesday, 10 p.m. Social Security is complicated. Don't let it drag down your retirement income. Call 888-PLAN-RIC by Tuesday, 10 p.m. That's 888-PLAN-RIC. Or visit rickedelman.com. That's rickedelman.com.
Could COVID cost you your home? Cybercrime is up 75%, but the type you need to worry most about is home title theft. The title documents to our homes are online. The thief finds your home's title and forges your name on a new deed stating you sold your home to him. For pennies a day, Home Title Lock helps protect your home's title. Go to HometitleLock.com and register to see if you're already a victim and enter radio for 30 free days of protection. HometitleLock.com.
This is Dan Patrick. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by Mercedes-AMG.
Every COVID-19 test on players, coaches, and game officials in the NBA All-Star Game came back negative. Everyone involved got a total of 3 tests. The Avalanche's Nathan McKinnon skated this morning in a red non-contact jersey as he recovers from a hit to the head from Wednesday's Sharks game. Vince McCarr missed this morning's skate. Colorado gets a first-round bye in the Pac-12 tournament and plays the winner of Cal Stanford. I'm Richard Johnson.
Do you suffer from lead foot? Do goosebumps appear for no reason? Stop living with uninspired performance. Visit MBUSA.com/AMG and find out if a Mercedes-AMG Coupe, sedan, or SUV is right for you. Mercedes-AMG, driving performance.
Tell your smart device back in about 10 seconds. Radio. Then you can hear Russ Kaminsky in the morning.
Yeah.
Capitalist in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices.
Don't say where when I talk about this.
Guess where I'm going to be at 3 o'clock today. I'm a little nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous, because I hear that all of the claims of death have been exaggerated and not true. And the worst that happens is a sore arm and feeling a little weak. But I'm going to get the first shot today at 3 o'clock. What do you think, Mark? Are you going to get vaccinated?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So,
Tom,
yeah.
Miles is getting vaccinated this week. I guess Walmart is starting to do their employees.
Ah.
So
okay.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's talk to Larry. His tenant died over the weekend. Now, Larry, I want to ask you some very down-to-earth questions. Did your tenant pay rent for March?
He did.
Okay. You're not obligated to return that. Now, I want to explain something to you. I'm not trying to be mean. You can do it if you want. But that contract is still valid, meaning how much notice was required?
60 days notice per the lease.
Okay. So, technically, when does the lease expire?
The lease just renewed, so he's legally got 12 months left on, or his estate has 12 months
That's
left on the
right.
lease.
You have a claim against the estate, but it would be better to, of course, give the 60 days and settle for that. But that's up to you. You have every legal right, just like nursing homes. You don't know how many times I get calls from tenants from nursing homes who have died, and I get calls from the family. And they say, well, they died right at the beginning of the month. Shouldn't we get our money back? And I said, no, not only do you not get your money back, but you could be held for a duration of what's required by the contract, because it now goes to the estate. Now, I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm just telling you what has been told to me over the years with these things. So, as far as the belongings, you have to go through an eviction. And
that's my question, Tom, because my wife and I went by this morning. I wanted to have 2 of us there. We entered the property. We looked at the first floor and were aghast.
Was he removed? Was he removed?
I don't even know that yet.
What I mean is, where's his body, for God's sakes?
Oh, his body's at the corners.
Okay. Now, did any of the family members contact you?
That's how I found out about it.
Okay, and what did they say?
An ex-girlfriend called me.
What did they? Okay, now his stuff has to be moved out, so you have to do an eviction and you serve it on the. Wait a minute, I don't even know what you do. I'm not going to give you advice on this. I mean, I don't even know what you do. Do you serve the estate or what? You know what? Let's talk to either Blake Harris or OLS. Now, I know Brad does not do evictions, but he would at least probably know this. If he doesn't have to come on, but we can ask him. Okay? And the worst that happens is we get Brad O'Brien's name on the air as a real estate attorney, but I don't think he does a lot of tenant landlord, or does he? He may, but what I do know is Blake Harris may have come across this. Let's see what he says.
He needs to secure the property for sure.
That I did. I went last night and changed the lock. Now, there's another...
See, I'm not even sure if you were... God, I guess you had to, though.
Yeah, like if an ex-girlfriend or someone else has a key that has no right to that stuff, that could be an issue.
Yeah, hold on, and we'll try to get you advice. Just hang on. We'll get you some advice, okay? Okay. What do you need to know, Sandra?
Hi. First of all, I want to tell you, just keep your arm moving and you won't get a sore.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you.
I am considering changing financial advisors.
Okay.
And I realize I have no idea how to check him out. I've gone to FINRA. His name, I can't find his name.
Well, then that's a big problem. And
it may be because I don't know what to do.
I want certified. And I want FINRA, so therefore don't use them. I mean, what else can I tell you? Also, you want to make sure a financial advisor is a real financial advisor and not a salesperson, okay? What I mean is, I need to say this. A fiduciary financial advisor has more than one trick ponies, okay? They don't just do one trick. You have several things they put your money into if you want to. Okay, but you have to have someone who can take a look at your overall finances. You cannot possibly have a financial advisor that takes care of your entire estate, and I'm not talking about after you pass, I'm talking about your estate, and have them only sell insurance. I'm not saying they're not good financial advisors, but you can't put them in charge of your entire financial estate, okay? The only people that go over that look over your entire financial estate would be people who are a fiduciary with several products and services, and they do percentage of assets managed. You do not want ever to have anyone who makes money on the buying and selling. You simply want to pay people a percentage of assets managed, and then you want them registered and certified. That's it. Now, I don't know what else to tell you. You need to check references, and you need to make sure they're quite wealthy. Because if they're not, then they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Good point.
No, I'm really serious, by the way. I want to know.
Find out if he's a fiduciary, because I mean he has more than one product.
Well, who is he? When you say he, where did you find he?
I went to a webinar.
Okay, who is it?
His name is Bob Smith.
Bob Smith.
And his company is RCS Wealth Management, and RCS. I'm really impressed with him. I like him. But I realize
what is he selling? Let me just ask you, what is he selling?
Risk management, making sure that you're medium balanced, that you're balanced, and he has a lot of suggestions.
Well, that's not bad. I mean, he sounds like he doesn't have. It sounds like he doesn't have one thing, but right. I can't tell you who he is and if he's good. I mean, he calls himself RCS?
Yes.
Okay. Look.
But I can't find him on FINRA, but I don't know whether that's because I don't know the proper way to look for it. That's what I need help with.
Well, how about just asking him?
Well, I asked him if he was a crook. He said no.
Well, listen, I'm not assuming people are crooks. I'm just saying why. I see this Robert Smith here, a veteran of the financial services industry. I mean, just find out where his certifications are. Just ask him straight up. I mean,
I think I know that. I know the name of the companies that that he deals with.
Here, check the background of your financial guy here. He even gives the link to FINRA.
I know. Well, I checked. That's what I went to, and I don't find him.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then. I mean, why would he give a link? I wouldn't assume he's part of it, but I don't know what to say, man. I thank goodness I have someone who I trust and is good, but I don't know what to tell you as far as I don't want to tell you something wrong. I just told you, you check with references. I just put in the name of his firm. It doesn't come up. And look, I would just straight up ask him, why aren't you listed here? Just ask him. I will. And then tell me what he says. I don't mind making recommendations, but in general, you want FINRA, you want all of the licensing he needs to trade. You also want to know who the master trader is. Do they have a master trader that they usually deal with, or are they actually opening up separate accounts? Then you have to check out the master traders' backgrounds. You have to do a lot of work. How old are you, Sandra?
Actually, my birthday is the same as yours, but I'm 10 years older.
Okay. Well, you're 77. Well, listen, and you knew my birthday is September 4th?
Right.
How'd you know that? Okay. So anyway.
Well,
I've been around a while.
Yeah,
so
I've been listening to you for a long time.
Sandra, here's what I want you to do. Just first ask them about the FINRA thing and all that. And then I am not opposed to giving you the names of people that I trust. Why wouldn't I? I mean, I should. In fact, he's on the referral list. Isn't Pat on there with Austin Capital?
Yes, but this is where I just had a gentleman
and APL
call.
Financial as well. They're good people.
Yes, a gentleman called, said he thinks she's talking about Wally Smith, whatever that means.
Well, that's no. Listen, I want you to go to our referral list. We do have good people there. We really do.
I did. I'm not necessarily looking for someone. I met him.
Oh, you were just wondering. I want to check him out because he sounds good. I see what you're saying. All right. Well, check him out. I'd call because I don't see him there. I don't see him on FINRA either. And that's odd since he's the one who told you to look him up. That's just odd. I'm looking up. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Nope, not him. Nope. A lot of Robert Smiths, but not him. Okay, I'm not going to keep more time on this, but I wish the best for you. Let's get Blake for Larry. And then
working on that.
Kurt Rogers, another quick question for you, sir. Can you refi with the asset manager loan? What if somebody wants to refi, or is it necessary? It's not necessary, or what do you think about that?
Are you saying you have one of the...
if someone has an asset manager or gets one, and they later want to convert, can they do it?
They can convert to any loan that they want. One of the advantages to the liquid loan is that it allows you to already have a line of credit built into the loan to take money out for improvements or emergencies or unemployment, so you don't have to try to go get another loan and pay cost again.
But you can make it a regular loan, too, by simply paying on it.
That's exactly what you do with it. You
do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. Okay, so that's Affordable Interest Mortgage, AImortgage.net. We got more coming up.
This Frank Duran and Century RV in about a minute. Tino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the high country. There's still the closure of US 6.
Hey, Tom, I'm counting this AIM done, but they still have like 3 in the next hour. I don't know how they keep putting them all towards the end of the show, but they've all been past last hour this past week.
Yeah, Mark, southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, decreasing clouds today, the high of 66, right now cloudy and 47. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW.
Attention, Frick.
10 seconds. Frank Duran, Century RV, both short.
Or than you realize. Because as a nonprofit, Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. What I said before stands. He does free market valuations of your home. This is not a drive-by. This is not where he calls and talks to you. He goes and examines your property. I mean, you'll be impressed. Now, listen, you do not have to list with him. He does it as a courtesy. He wants to gather as much information on the real estate market for his own practice. Therefore, it behooves him to do it, and he wants to do it for you. So if you need a market analysis of your home to see what it'll get on the market, get it from the best. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Century RV. I love Century. They're up north at exit 240 and I-25. They have new and used RVs. Then there's a big showroom out west, just north of 6th Avenue between Kipling and Sims. You get what I call internet pricing, meaning people go and shop around on the internet, and many of them end up coming right here in your backyard to CenturyRV.com. 303-453-1111.
We've been waiting.
Is Blake around?
Vaccines to be developed. Now, waiting for them to get to us. But you can do more than wait. You have powerful ways to help slow the spread right now and protect your family and loved ones. Here's how. Watch your distance. Stay at least 6 feet away from folks you don't live with. It's risky to be indoors with them, too. And, of course, avoid it. Also, wear a mask. CDC reports masks protect the people who wear them and close friends. And wash your hands using soap and water for 20 seconds. And do it freely. Vaccines won't make COVID go away overnight, but they give us a real chance to finally overcome it. As long as we keep watching our distance, wearing our masks, and washing our hands.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
You know why I do commercials for SimplyFloorsInc.com? Because I personally use them. I'm consumer advocate Mark Major. If you're in the market for flooring, you have to check out SimplyFloorsInc.com. Not only do they have the newest LVT that's scratch-resistant and waterproof, they also have the most beautiful lines of hardwood and carpet. They do free design services, and they can save you up to 40% from the big box stores. The best service, the best prices, SimplyFloorsInc.com.
It's Brian with Advanced Mudjacking. Does COVID have you home and you're noticing sinking concrete, interior floors, garage, patio? We can fix it. Call Advanced Mudjacking, 303-424-9441. Advanced Mudjacking at yahoo.com.
All the benefits of IVs at your door. Rocky Mountain IV Medics. Hydration, immunosupport, migraines, general wellness. Call or text 720-987-2155. Rocky Mountain IV Medics, 720-987-2155.
The house you're living in right now could cost you less. You've just got to refinance to one of these historically low mortgage rates. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky from my friends at American Financing, reminding you there's never been a better time to get an absolutely free mortgage review with no obligation and no upfront fees from American Financing. It's just a simple, easy conversation around which program might be a better fit for you. Because rates really are still near historic lows, and chances are you can benefit even if you refinanced or bought a home last year. You might still be eligible. It could mean a lower monthly payment. It could mean thousands or tens of thousands in long-term savings, and you don't have to restart your term. You know what else? You might even be able to postpone 2 mortgage payments, so even more upfront savings. Don't put a refinance off any longer. Rates won't stay this low forever. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
MLS 12334 regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
The sharpest rides want to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they're making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right now from thesharpestrides.com, get credit-approved online finance, and they will literally deliver your new car right to your front door. Shop online today at thesharpestrides.com.
This is Dr. Matthew Knowles. You may know me from my award-winning work in the music industry. I'm taking all my talents and experience to the stage with my new podcast, Matthew Knowles Impact. Together we can build bridges and tear down walls.
iHeartRadio is
if a woman came out and accused you of doing something, how would you refute it? Like said 20 years ago or 25 years ago. I mean, what would you do? And it's someone that you knew, but you knew it didn't happen.
I don't know. That's what I think happened to Kavanaugh. I don't think it's in his personality, to be honest.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Drew, what's going on with you? Drew.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Good. What can I do for you?
Hey, have you heard of this Spot On Financial for the pandemic SBA loans?
I've heard of Spot On Financial for all kinds of business services. Yes, they're all right. He's out of Colorado Springs. Yeah, they do cash flow loans mainly. I didn't know he was doing PPP loans or pandemic relief loans.
Yeah, he's doing the PPPs, and they advertise on KHOW.
Right.
They advertise everywhere, and I've made calls, I've left messages, I've filled out forms. I just sat on a Zoom call for 10 minutes. Nobody showed up. I mean, what's going on?
Well, that's a bad sign. I would say that would be my answer. I'm not using them. If that happened to me, I mean, I'm only taking you at your word. I've never heard that before. The guy's legit. He might be overextended. Who knows? But are you telling me that you had a Zoom call scheduled and he never showed up?
Yeah, I sat there for 10 minutes on a Zoom call and he never showed up. So, and that just happened literally 10 minutes ago. So thank you for getting me on so quick. Who do you suggest? Because we only have one more day here.
Well, you need help applying for it. Is that what you're saying?
I have the form. I can apply for it, but I mean, where do I go? What do I do? I mean, it's a very simple form. It's like 2 pages.
I don't even know what Spot On Financial was doing for that.
Can't you just go to your bank, Mark? Don't you know the answer to that?
I think you just apply.
Generally, you go right to your bank, yeah.
Drew, where'd you get the form? The app?
I got it from the SBA.
Okay, and where did they say to file it?
Well, they suggested I get with their lender connection. They suggested 4 lenders, and then 2 days later they said they didn't have any lenders and I needed to proceed further.
Who's your bank?
Bank of the West.
Yeah, they should do it.
They'll do it?
Yes. I didn't even, like I said, I didn't know. Hold on, we have a comment. Let's see what Wally has to say. Go ahead, Wally. What do you have to say about this?
I would recommend that he call Louis Lejeune at Vectra Bank over at the Colorado and I-25 branch. I'm driving right now, so I can't get you the phone number.
Now, how do you know? How do you know that them over there at Vectra?
He has done both of my PPP loans. I was referred to him by a person I go to church with, and he has been absolutely phenomenal.
Okay, and what's his name?
But do you bank with Vectra?
Louis Lejeune. And he's at the Vectra Bank at Colorado and I-25.
Gotcha.
And if you don't have a Vectra account, you'll have to open one to do it. But I opened mine for the first round. I've kept it open. He actually called me back and said, Wally, are you wanting to do the second round? Because I had gotten busy and forgotten about it. And I just completed the paperwork and signed it off this weekend. And he said it should be funded and in my account before the end of the week.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's a good recommendation then. Thank you, Wally. I appreciate it. Louis Lejeune, Vectra at I-25 and Bellevue. Did he say, or Park? Where did he say? Did he say Bellevue? Hold on.
I think Colorado.
Colorado? I-25 in Colorado? Yeah. The reason I was mentally thinking Bellevue is because, it isn't in Bellevue. It's down in Landmark. That's the one I went to. So, yeah.
Your current bank, though, if you have a good relationship with them, the Bank of the West definitely does do them.
But do you have anyone you actually talk to? If not, I wouldn't go there just because I happen to have an account there. I would go...
Well, like ANB and some other banks, if you're not an existing customer, they just don't want to do it. So I don't know how Bank of the West is or Vectra.
He did say Vectra would do it, but... Eileen, what's going on with you, Eileen?
Hello.
Hi.
Is this Tom?
Yes. Hold on one second here, Eileen, okay? Go ahead. Yeah, this is Tom. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just have a question.
Okay.
I have Champion windows, which I had installed
Yes.
5 years ago.
Yes.
The amount of condensation when it gets really cold is really bad.
Wait a minute.
I tried
In between the glass, or you?
Yes, in between. But this time, when it got really cold, all my window sills are saturated.
Hold on. Are you getting moisture between the panes of glass?
In between the panes.
Well,
of
those are
glass.
guaranteed. Those should be guaranteed for. Go ahead.
Well, then my big problem is so much moisture is our window sills are saturated.
Yeah, but okay. What I'm saying is you should have contacted them at the first sign of failure to get them replaced.
Well, I thought everyone had the problem. So
Eileen, they don't. And here, I can't help you if you just let it get so bad that it saturated your windows. I mean, call them immediately. If you're a customer,
I did.
Okay, and what did they
told
say?
Me it'll be 90 days, and I have to pay $100 for them to come out and look at it.
To come out and evaluate it?
Yes.
They'll refund that if it truly is a warranty issue, and it sure sounds like it is.
Aren't Champion windows guaranteed for life?
No, well, I don't know.
I thought they were. Listen.
That's what it says.
Yeah. Well,
but it also doesn't say that you have to wait 90 days for them to come out.
But that's because they're probably slammed. But let me just say something. I don't think you're dealing with a schlock company here, okay? They may not be as good as they used to be. They closed a lot of their plants and they consolidated a lot of stuff like a lot of companies have, but they're not a bad company. I'm serious. I think I wouldn't anticipate trouble. But would you let us know? In fact, when they come to your house, tell them that I'm waiting to hear how they handle it. Since this is what I want you to say, okay? Where are you located? In Colorado?
Denver.
Yeah. I want you to say this, that Tom Martino is waiting to see how you handle this.
Okay.
Since Paul Bono is no longer with you. He was the general manager because he would like to report on my experience. I promise you, I want you to say that. So Tom Martino is waiting to hear how you do with this claim because he wants to report on it. He wants to know how you do compared to when Paul Bono was there. Okay. That's a good thing. Would you promise to call us back? Suzanne will tell you how to get right through. What, Mark?
That sounds horrible, though. I wonder if it's all of her windows or just a few.
I know. Well, Eileen, how many windows are doing this?
Yeah, and every window sill was saturated.
No. That's not right. And they guarantee installation too, so they don't subcontract, or if they do, I hope you had Champion do the whole thing, and they should stand behind it. I want you to call me back and let me know.
Now,
K&H Home Solutions and Home Investors in a minute.
By the Ad Council.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the high country. There's still the closure of US 6 in both directions between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place. Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated on when it reopens. Back in town, got a crash and a closure on the ramp from southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, decreasing clouds today, the high 66, right now cloudy and 47.
I mean, their warranty reads pretty damn good.
Wagner, 630.
What?
Their warranty reads pretty good.
I know it. We've never had warranty.
Sooner than you realize. Because as a nonprofit, Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
I'll tell you what. We just heard about windows, right? People buying a house full of windows having troubles. Well, you know what? K&H Home Solutions did my windows years and years and years and years ago and still warrantied them. Then they did someone else's home that I know very well, and that was after 25 years they redid them. K&H, they stand behind their warranties, khwindows.com, and rarely do I get a chance to tell you about great deals. Like now,
35% off those fabulous energy-efficient windows, and 35% off Everlast siding, which is the best siding in the world, and 35% off beautiful entry doors, and that includes installation. So you can buy with confidence. You'll never find better products or a better company to install them, all at 35% off. You can book your appointment online, khwindows.com, khwindows.com, or for information, 303-421-7100. Now, you can also call a number I'm going to give you to sell your house this week. Really, because they're not tire kickers. In fact, they're not speculators. They shoot you a price. If you agree to it, they write you a check. It's that simple. They're called Homevestors. They've purchased thousands of homes in Denver. Now, listen, before you say, I'm not doing that, they won't give me the price I want, all I'm saying is, who cares? What does it cost you? A phone call? And you'll never know unless you call. And it may be the price you want, so you don't have to pay commissions and fix it up and inspections and all of that. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER.
How would you like to come home to your very own gorgeous 8,400 square foot home? Well, now you can. This award-winning home can be yours, but only through the Mile High Raffle. This stunning custom home features a beautiful 40-foot staircase, from the gourmet chef's kitchen to the jaw-dropping master suite with your very own private sauna. You won't believe your eyes. The Mile High Raffle offers over 4,000 prizes, from high-end cars to incredible vacations. 1 in 20 will win. You can feel great knowing you're supporting life-changing programs for kids through Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver. But hurry, entering early matters. Enter to win your dream house by Friday, March 12th.
Scandal, no more women came through, right?
2 more.
Oh, no. Now there's 5? Oh, are you shitting me? Well, then he's fucked.
I've been saying that for 2 weeks.
Wait, 5 different women said he was inappropriate? You don't have 5 women all coming forward if it's not true, do you?
I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Close your doors. Thought about it. Job in jeopardy, bills unpaid, all symptoms for which there's no vaccination. But you can get relief, tax relief, from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martin. My friends Ron and Jack,
a lot of women.
Their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery.
Wouldn't it be funny if a guy came forward too with the same stuff?
The IRS has not forgiven tax debt.
What does that mean? Como at CNN accused of hyping Dem governor.
Specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. They guarantee you will be satisfied with the care.
First of all, how did his brother get on CNN? He's a moron.
Call now for a free consultation. 844-LARSON.
Their dad was really cool. Mario Como.
He was way before my time, so I don't know. Plus, I didn't live in New York at the time, so.
844-LARSON.
5 accusers, yeah.
Football legend Howie Long for Skechers.
Where are you reading that? Not on CNN.
Newsweek.com.
But if you've never tried Arch Fit shoes from Skechers, you're missing.
2 more women publicly accused him of being physically inappropriate.
It's like saying
Holy shit. Brings the total women to 5.
Out on the number one thing, because with Arch Fit, Skechers created a whole new kind of.
She doesn't have to
like we used over 20 years.
Yeah, now people that really didn't even think much of an encounter with him are like, oh, that was creepy now that I think back. You know what I'm saying?
No matter what foot type.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me? All right, so right after we go to this next break, you'll have a 888 heating, like not after the top of the next hour, but like right after this, like the break time bit. It's weird. I don't know why they.
At the end of the show. At the end of the hour.
Just stick around after this next break real quick. True comfort.
See all the styles of comfortable, machine-washable Arch Fit shoes.
This is fucking crazy, though. 5 women now.
Home loans and rates are still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today, where you can take advantage of our.
Bowman posted a screenshot of an email from the director of the governor's office who said Cuomo had suggested Bolin and Shields could be sisters, and the former was the better looking one. That's oh shit.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kurt Rogers, in addition to the asset manager, are FHA loans still the most popular or VA? What's the most popular, conventional VA or FHA?
Conventional right now, Tom.
Because rates are so low.
Because rates are so low, and you can get a loan for 95%, which is one of the reasons most people do FHA. It's little money down or higher loan to value. And the MI on a conventional loan is considerably lower than that on an FHA.
Okay, so it's actually less expensive to get and less money down to get a conventional loan right now.
How do they qualify on that liquid loan? And here's what I mean by that. Let's say someone does own their house outright at whatever, $1 million, $2 million, and they want to get 80% of value, but really they don't have much cash flow because they have a part-time job or something. How do you qualify for that? Does it qualify just like any other loan, even if the time they get it, they literally don't have any of the line out, Kurt?
They're going to have to qualify the same way as any other loan. One of the minimum qualifications on the liquid loan is you must have a 700 credit score. Now, one of the advantages to the liquid loan, they will not only take your income, they will take your assets and count them as income without tying them up. What I mean by that, if you've got money in the bank or in a 401k or an IRA, they'll divide that by 120 and count that as income.
Oh, my goodness.
But you can't do that with any other kind of loan.
No.
It's not the way they do in the liquid loan. No.
But when it comes to the income part, what I'm truly trying to figure out, let's just take that $1 million, $800,000 would be the loan on it. Do they have to qualify for making payments on the $800,000 mortgage over 30 years, or they don't because the money hasn't been taken out yet? Does that make sense?
Yes, they do have to qualify on what's called the total line amount, whatever they want that to be. If they only want it to be $300, that's fine. They want it to be $800.
Got it.
They have to qualify on that, even if they don't take it out.
And that money can be paid up and down and all around. I mean, there's no
I might do it.
Gimmick.
I'm thinking of it.
I don't see a downside to it at all.
I don't know yet. I haven't dug into it.
Especially if you keep at least some money in the bank. A lot of people, Kurt, they have like 100,000 or more in the bank, and that could. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. People have $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 sitting there as like a slush fund or a backup. You can move it to the savings portion of this loan, which is the HELOC. Reduce your payment, reduce your interest rate, own your home faster, but still have access to that money when you need it.
Can you do it with a business account as well?
Yes. I have one guy that he'll move $50,000 out of his business on the 2nd of the month, and he'll put it in his liquid loan, and on the 28th he puts the money back. So he's getting paid, roughly 4% on that $50,000 for 26 days. It's free money.
It is, because you take the money out. Now, what would be insane is if you take that money out thinking you're going to invest it and make more than the interest. I'm not saying insane, but you're gambling with your equity. But I imagine there are some people doing that.
Well, and you bring up a very good point, Tom. There are a lot of people that have $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 worth of equity, and they'll reach in and pull out $80,000 to $100,000 and go buy an investment property. The cash flow from the investment property pays them back for the money they took out. So it's free. They're getting their money back on the other side, and they own an investment property.
Wow, that's incredible. Affordable interest mortgage, by the way, when he's not here, he's at 720-895-0500. Yes.
And the only real encumbrance, well, that's not true. It's going to be whatever you have is going to be the encumbrance.
Yeah, which is good, by the way.
Yeah.
It's good because you are no longer looked at as an attractive person for a lawsuit. So, Dave, you have information. I'm sorry, I picked up the wrong line. Dave, you have information on Champion Windows. What kind of information? Dave?
Hello?
Dave?
Yes.
What kind of information do you have?
Well, yeah, we've got Champion Windows too, and I think here's what you need to ask that lady, or you can tell her about it, is that we have a humidifier on our furnace.
Yeah.
And same thing happened to all our windows because during that bitter cold spell, it was running quite a bit, and we had to.
But did it go between the panes of glass?
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's what she was talking about, and that scares me if it's between the panes of glass. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show Another hour to go. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
What's
driving drunk?
Kurtz, you know?
All right, Mark, about 30 seconds till you're 888 heating.
Boy, he wasn't kidding. This is the worst fucking strike you could have.
Design, that's the name of them?
Tom, I can just count this affordable interest mortgage before we come back in done, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar with like Forest River. Is Grand Design like a brand or a manufacturer?
Here you go, 888 heating, 5 seconds.
Got it. Got it. I'm sure Tom's heard of them. Hang on a minute, please.
Heating.com. These guys have great prices, and what I love is they give you the power of the choice. If your furnace breaks and you want to get it fixed, even if it's 10 or 15 years old or 20, they're going to give you a price to fix it. Maybe you need
Kurt, did you want to hang with us till 2, or do you need to go? What's the deal with your schedule, mister?
Less than $50 a month with approved financing. 888heating.com. Call them, check them out. 888heating.com.
If you missed the Dan Kaplan show, then you missed this. Even if you despise me.
Hey, what's Kurt's email? Do you know it?
Support the effort to
What
make
is it?
March 20 a great day for the cattle industry. Why? Because it is wrong for a public servant, a governor who works for the people, to be attacking one of its primary industries like this. And listen, if he wants to attack the wheat industry, have at it. They undermine health and safety in Colorado every single day, but he never do that. No, he worships the weed industry. Look at what he did during COVID. Dan Kaplan, afternoons 4 to 6 on 630 KHOW. This is Denver's talk station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning. Dan Kaplan in the afternoon, 630 KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm Will Reed. Shortly after the trial for the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd this past summer began, jury selection has been delayed. This after an appeals court ruled that additional third-degree murder charges be brought against Derek Chauvin. The defense wants the state Supreme Court to weigh in. Serious accusations of racism leveled at a member of the British royal family disclosed in the Oprah interview with Meghan and Harry. Meghan talked about what the royal family told her about her son Archie.
He won't be given security, not going to be given a title. And also concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
Courtesy of Parko Productions and CBS. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo standing firm after multiple women have now accused him of sexual harassment. I'm not going to resign to this allegations. Now the Democratic leader of the Senate says Cuomo should resign for the good of the state. This is ABC News. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry making the first overseas trip of any Biden cabinet member.
Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry will visit London, Brussels, and then come here to Paris for meetings with European officials meant to, quote, strengthen global climate ambition, according to the State Department. The trip comes as Kerry prepares for Biden's Leaders Summit on Earth Day. The British government prepares to host the UN Climate Summit in November. Kerry's visit comes before any trips made by Secretary of State Antony Blinken or Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Inez De La Cuetara, ABC News, Paris.
Students and parents at the University of Michigan are pushing back after the university announced its plans to hold a virtual commencement this spring. They say they're upset after seeing that other campuses in their state are finding ways to celebrate in person. They're asking the university to reconsider, calling for an outdoor commencement with masks and social distancing. Will Reed, ABC News.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply. Come on, one more rep. You got this. And there it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast. Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me. Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right? Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass. Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves? Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance. Yeah, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix. No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text ENERGY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ENERGY to 321-321. That's ENERGY to 321-321.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
K-Hal News Time, 103.
Fuller police are working to identify those responsible following a massive party that turned into a riot over the weekend. The university condemned the conduct and says the students involved could be removed from the school and not allowed to return. Police in Aurora say Highway 225 was gridlocked after hundreds of street racers flooded the roadway last night. Southbound section of the interstate was blocked from Alameda to Colfax to prevent officers from entering the area, and there were reports of fireworks, smoke, and weapons. Police department estimated that 600 to 800 vehicles were part of the crowd. Today is International Women's Day, a day that celebrates the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. C Business professor Stephanie Johnson says that the perception of women in leadership roles has changed.
I think women leaders are still really viewed as being more selfless and more empathetic. But what I think is changing is the way that we see female leaders becoming more of a popular, preferred style of leadership.
The goal of this year's campaign is to encourage people to choose to call out gender bias and inequality while seeking out and celebrating women's achievements.
The only thing I don't like is that tied to LIBOR.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the high country. There's still the closure of US 6 in both directions.
That might be the only
US
thing
40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place. Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated on when it reopens. Back in town, we got a crash and a closure on the ramp from southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, decreasing clouds today, the high of 66, right now cloudy and 47. If you want to pack traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
There's no guidebook to adopting a teen, but that's okay, because you don't have to know it all to be a perfect parent. Go to adoptuskids.org to learn more about how to be the perfect parent to teens and foster kids. Sponsored by Ad Council.
To adopt a what? A teen. Oh, you'd be insane to adopt a teen.
All right, gentlemen, you're back on the
Smart.
seconds.
Few reporters have better sources on our southern border and a better understanding of the utter chaos there now than Fox Nation's Laura Logan. Laura joins me Tuesday morning at 8:05 here on 630 K-How.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's going on in your life and how can we help you? We talk about that every day. This hour brought to you by Silverleaf Mortgage. That's Silverleaf Mortgage for reverse loans. If you or a loved one have a lot of equity, if you have a loved one with a lot of equity, 62 or older, the older the better when it comes to reverse loans. I have talked to customers that have had their houses saved, in foreclosure even, and they tap the equity and are living comfortably. There is one 92-year-old woman who got a reverse loan so she could live her life out at home with home health care, and she did it. And there was still enough equity left at the end for her estate. But whether there's equity or not, that shouldn't be your deciding factor at the end, because you've worked all your life for that equity. Let it work for you. Really, I'm serious about that. Silverleaf Mortgage, 720-REVERSE. 720-REVERSE. And that's silverleafmortgage.com. Now, Dalton. Oh, by the way, Suzanne, we had that guy who had someone die, a tenant. A landlord had a tenant die. The tenant, of course, at the morgue, but they want to know what they can do with his stuff. And I said there has to be a procedure for eviction and stuff, even though there is a lease, and he can probably collect the a few months' rent. But we were going to get Blake Harris. He did not get back to us yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to line it up for a little later in the hour or tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow would be good, too, if we don't get him today.
He could probably take whatever deposit, the security deposit, and apply it to whatever term was left.
That's true, too. But his stuff is still a big problem. He can't rent it out.
How about if the body's literally there? Does the coroner just take the body? Is that a norm?
I imagine they would. I can't, because you can't just call a...
Does anybody pay for that? I mean, does someone get billed for that? I don't know.
That's maybe the estate, Mark. These are good things to ask Blake Harris, who does MileHighEstatePlanning.com. Dalton, talk to me, Dalton. What's happening? Dalton. Okay. I know what happens. They fumble for the phone and disconnect. Dalton, you can get right through if you're listening. 303-713-TALK. Let's go to Kevin. Hello, Kevin. What's happening?
Oh, not much. How you doing?
How do we help you, man?
Yeah, I ordered an FX Pro steam cleaner, and they're pulling money out of my account. And they haven't sent me the item.
Now, wait a minute. How did you order this? Was it an infomercial?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you what. Lately, those infomercials. So you call an 800 or a toll-free number, right? And then they took your credit card information, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did that, what did they say the money was for?
It's for the FX Steam Pro.
How much did they take out?
So far, they've taken out. They took out. Let's see.
And yeah, how much was this?
On February 10th, they took out. Wait, on December 10th, the first they took out was $106.56. On February 10th, or December 17th, they took out $54.85. December 26th.
Why are they? Wait a minute. Did you agree to an installment payment on this?
Yes.
Oh,
not that many.
No, but I don't know. How much is the total bill?
Well, I didn't have that total for sure. It's four payments of $29.95, and then $14.95 for some extra attachments.
Okay, listen. This does not sound like anything you talked about. But 9 times out of 10, when people call an infomercial number, they upsell you to other stuff. Are you positive?
Yes. Yeah, that's what they did. They upsold me to some other stuff.
Did you agree to the other stuff?
Yeah.
Why?
But I don't know, because I've always done that. Just extra.
Okay. Hey, Kevin, have they delivered anything at all to you?
No, nothing at all.
Right. That could be just shipping issues right now. The place looks legit. It's just an overpriced steam cleaner.
Yeah, but what I would do, since you didn't get anything and they're taking money, are they taking the money that you expected them to take?
No.
I'm talking about
first payment.
If you had all the merchandise, you even said yourself they upsold you. So how much were you expecting them to take out? It's way more than 4 payments of $29.
Yeah. The first payment was supposed to be $92.17.
Okay, and then what?
And then there was 4 times $29.95. So that's what $120 for the Steam Pro, and then you get 2 of them for the price of one.
Oh God, this sucks.
So I paid a little extra.
Okay.
For the shipping.
Hey, you got 2 of them.
I can only tell you what I would do. What I would do is call my credit card, and I wouldn't get into the story. I would just say, because I didn't get the stuff, this is fraud. That's all I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what else to tell you. I'm hoping it's not a debit card.
I would assume it is going to show up, though, man. It's just shipping right now for anything is beyond belief. I have no clue why.
Have you called them? Have you called them back?
Yes.
What do they say?
Yeah, I get the lady, and she says to email them or text it at this other site. It's called USA at ThaneIncorp.com.
And did you?
But nothing ever does. They don't respond or nothing.
How did you pay? You said credit card, right?
I don't know. Was it a debit or was it a credit?
One. Yeah, Capital One credit card.
Good. Go contest it. There's nothing else you can do. It's fraudulent.
Okay.
I mean, here's the way I would do it. I would say I did not make these charges because you didn't. There's not one charge there you made. You made other charges, but I would just keep it simple and contest the charges on the credit card. Just say you've never got merchandise, you never got this, you never got anything.
I might get Suzanne one of these for Valentine's Day.
You already have a steam cleaner. And don't be funny. Valentine's Day went by. What did you get?
All right, Easter, something.
Well, and listen, I would do that. When people, you need to know something. When you go and call these numbers, they're so fast when they do it. they say, oh, and for just this much a month, you get this too.
I could get 2 of them, give one to my mom for Mother's Day and one to Suzanne.
How wonderful are you? Kevin, go ahead. What's happening, Kevin? Oh, wait,
Yeah,
hold on. No, I meant Robert. Robert, go ahead. What do you think he should do with the credit card charges?
So I used to have a problem with that, and credit card charges would show up.
Yeah.
And there's this website called privacy.com that makes up phony credit card numbers that you specify how much and to who it can be paid, and you can start them and cancel them, make up new numbers all the time. It's free service, I think, for 7 credit card numbers. And then if you want more than 7 credit card numbers, you pay a
yeah, but here's what I don't understand. Where do they get the money? When you sign up for a credit card, is it a legit credit card that you're billed for?
Oh, yeah. You tie it to either your checking, your savings, or another credit card.
I see.
Credit card.
Then why wouldn't you do this, Hull? I don't get it. You can have as many virtual cards as you want with Capital One.
Yeah, it's just like that. Just like the Capital One, but people that don't have a Capital One, that's what they should be using. Privacy.com.
Privacy.com, and it allows you to get virtual credit cards on demand, but it has to be tied to a place to fund it, like a bank or another credit card. Yes.
So I turn on the live Hulu news last night. You know, we got Hulu Live. I can't log into the account. Someone hacked and changed my email on Hulu. I had to spend a half hour on the phone with Hulu proving that I'm the one that paid for it with my credit card and all those credentials. Then they switched it back to my email. Someone literally hacked my Hulu and added HBO on Friday.
So they changed your password and everything.
Yeah, I don't know how they did it still. I have no idea, man. They changed the email, so when you go to reset the password,
I understand that.
It was sending it to them.
No, that's dangerous when they get into your account and then they do the administrative stuff.
Well, it's like, what the hell? Why would someone go through all that to break into someone's Hulu account? It's odd.
That is odd because it's not like there's stuff they can't get any money. 303-713-8255.
Don't you think they do better effort like on a bank account or something?
Instead, you have this, the Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgartner, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories.
Your kids watch that?
Never.
No, come on.
They've never watched.
Can you say no way, Jose, or is that anti-whatever?
Who knows? I don't know. Zero Res Denver is the cleanest, most pure way to get your carpets cleaned because they use empowered water. It's some kind of jazzy alkaline-based water that's really soft and gets in and cleans better than soaps and emulsifiers. In fact, it's patented. And now they're doing $33 a room, unlimited, just $33 a room, and that's it. ZeroResDenver.com. They stay clean longer for sure because there's no residue to attract dirt, and they dry up quickly. Like when they leave it, it seems like it's almost dry. It's safe for pets, and it's safe for babies and kids. $33 a room, 303-471-5150. I have personal experience. I'm a paying customer of ZeroResDenver.com, and I absolutely love the results. That's $33 a room, unlimited, 303-471-5150. If you're looking to save money and you have a certain amount you can put away every month, you ought to consider becomethebanker.org. That's where you make an appointment to find out about this. What it will do is overfund a life insurance policy to build a cash value tax-free that you can use tax-free for retirement. They also have another retirement tool called Guaranteed Retirement Pension, and that's not tied to conventional life insurance. Both products, 303-779-6600. Find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org.
Hey, it's Ross, and I'd like you to know what a huge difference it will make for you.
See, I'd rather have.
Windows from DMD Windows.
He was saying 2 to 2.5% because of, rates are so low now. I'd rather lock in. I wouldn't even mind paying a half point to lock in at 3.
Did you hear back from Panacea? Because I got an email from them. Did you hear back from them?
I remember that. Did I give you a copy?
Yes. Did you hear back from them?
No.
Oh, because I get a random email from them. Reply.
We're on right now. I'd rather.
It's all about
okay, after the show.
The first
I'd just rather go out to your talk.
bacterial viruses. If too many germs get stuck in your nose, guess what? You get sick. That's why it's so important to keep your nose clean, just like washing your hands.
Hey, Dano!
This gets rid of germs by
Dano! Jay Brett!
Frankly,
might start playing with this soon.
Nose clean and help your body protect itself.
I told him you'd step your game up.
Navage uses powered suction to flush out allergens, mucus, bacteria, and viruses.
Jay Brett wants to start
playing some relief from sinus and to breathe better, sleep deeper, snore.
I don't think he's really a racquetball player, so we'll see. A lot of people played a little in college, is what you find out.
Guarantee of satisfaction. You wash your hands in front.
I'll tell you what you should do is fucking yoga with this one of these mornings.
With Navage at Navage.com. CVS.
I'm forwarding you some I got.
Invite it. Navage.
What's that? Do what, Mark?
Clean nose.
You should come to yoga with us one morning.
That would be fun.
You should
try, really.
Just try hot yoga.
That would be something. I'm wondering if I could take it.
Yeah, you could.
And exclusive.
I don't know if I could. Well, you do it to your speed, right? Isn't that how you do it?
It's all part.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try to follow, but it's no big deal.
Don't accept me. Go to the doctors who have a goal.
Everybody, if you get too tired, you just basically go down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The first time it'll blow you away just because you're not used to working out and it's fucking 110 degrees or whatever it is. That's the part that'll blow you away, and the humidity is just beyond insane.
It was stomach issues. So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
Is your balance pretty good? Can you stand on one leg and shit like that?
Yeah.
Or you just never do it, so you don't.
Yeah, that's right. I don't really know is the answer, but I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, because generally you don't walk around standing up.
Unexplained weight loss and oily stools. And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions, like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease. So getting to the right diagnosis and being more open with my doctor about a variety of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
I got to go get my blood drawn at 8 a.m.
So don't wait.
Oh, I'm thinking you're talking about your shot. I'm going, I didn't know you had to fast for your shot.
And schedule a visit or call with your
I
doctor.
get you.
Isn't it weird I'm going to have blood the next day? I wonder if that's going to affect me.
Not the way that works, because it doesn't work like a standard vaccine. I mean, somehow it goes in there and triggers some fucking shit. It's really incredible if you think of these guys that came up with this shit, or these women that figured out how to combat this thing. I think that new one, the Johnson & Johnson's more like a traditional flu shot with dead bacteria or whatever, but I'm not positive about that either.
Learn more at fatherhood.com.
And my understanding is your T cells remember, if it ever sees that virus again, it remembers how to create the antibodies.
So it's good for other ones. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Joseph has a comment.
On Champion Windows, that woman called and said she's getting condensation between the panes of glass, meaning that the panes actually failed, is what I'm reading, or what I'm reading into it. Joseph, what did you have to say about that?
Well, Tom, she mentioned a charge of $100 for them to come out and look at it. And I just had windows put in by Champion last year. And my warranty is 2 years, free, no charge after that. To come out and look at the windows if I have problems. But after that 2 years, they charge you $100 to come out and
yeah, but they charge you $100, but that's only to come out. But the windows and all that are covered, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
correct.
Okay. Well, I have no problem. I have no problem with that.
Do they refund it if it is a warranty issue, or no? It's a trip charge.
It's a trip charge, Tom. She's kind of sounded concerned that they were going to they were charging her that $100, but it's a trip charge.
Well, there's no. I don't mind that. If you call them out for nothing, you pay $100. If you call them out and it's a warranty issue, you get your warranty. So I don't mind having a trip charge as long as it's disclosed up front, like it was with you.
Right.
It was very clear to you you would be paying $100 per trip after 2 years.
Yes, after 2 years.
How do you like the windows so far?
So far they're great. I mean, I've had them put in my townhome when I had it about 8-10 years ago, but right now, they did all my windows, and I've been pretty happy.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Joseph, for telling us about that. They're a legit company. They've been in business since 1953, I think. Are they still on the referral list, Mark? They were for a while,
No.
and then we had problems. Okay. So they're not still on there. But K&H Home Solutions is, and we have other companies on the referral list. Again, the company, as far as we're concerned, they closed their Denver. The whole allure to me was they had a Denver plant, and the windows were produced at high altitude, which was good for people at high altitude. And also they had a good district or area manager or president, and he's gone. So it is a little different right now. 303-713-8255. We can take your call right away. Suzanne,
I wondered what we're doing with Kevin and his Steam Pro thingy.
Okay, we told him he should contest the charges with Capital One.
Good idea.
That's really what he should do, is contest the charges. And we're trying to get an idea here. There is some other stuff I wanted to go over with, hold on, I'm trying to find it here for the show. Anyway, what I want to tell you is about the liquid loan, okay? It is not a fixed rate, but it's tied to what's called LIBOR, but even then, because the money in the bank counts against your average daily balance, you almost always pay less for interest than a conventional loan. So it really shouldn't be a deterrent, the fact that it's a fixed rate. Mark, you said you'd be willing to pay more to get it fixed.
Yeah, I sent him over some questions. I'm curious about it.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I just think it's a pretty good thing here. 303-713-TALK. Now, as far as this goes, we have property owners. Now, here's what this property abatement issue, property tax abatement. When you're over a certain age, you can almost always get a break on property taxes. This came through the email the other day when we were talking about it. The problem is people have to know that you have to live there a certain time. You can't just move there and get an abatement. You have to have lived there a certain amount of time, and you get property tax abatement. But the only requirement is that you're a certain age. It doesn't go by income. It simply goes by age and by length of time. Okay, now, let's see what else. The regional transfer yesterday announced its opening. Okay, by the way, does anyone, here's what I want to know. Does anyone take light rail? Is anyone taking light rail anymore? Is that, has COVID, I want to know if COVID hurt light rail, because it did. Ants, you used to do it?
Yes, before I got my car, in December, I took light rail from the start of COVID in March 15th of last year all the way up until the start of this year, and it was devastated. Before, whenever I started taking it before COVID hit, the trains were full packed coming up here, towards Bellevue from Union Station downtown.
Yes.
But now, you can eat, there's easily, sometimes you're the only person on the entire train car by yourself. At max, there's maybe 6 to 10 people now.
Okay. Now, let's talk about consumer trust. I want to talk about this. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. What do you think is a segment that has a ton of consumer trust or distrust? Because this is the majority of Americans distrust certain brands. Well, they distrust large corporations. And the distrust level I'm going to be telling you about, not the approval level, but the distrust level. And believe it or not, the healthcare industry is one of the ones with the highest distrust. Can you believe that? That they distrust the healthcare industry, the real estate industry. In fact, I'll go over some of these in a second here, but I want to take Eric. Eric, go ahead. What's going on with you, Eric?
Hey, Tom, I don't know if you know anything about this, but do you have any opinion one way or the other about the free income tax file on the internet, on the IRS website?
As far as what? What do you want to know exactly?
Is it secure? Have you heard of anything going on?
On the IRS itself?
With the free file tax services offered on the IRS website.
Right. We've not heard of any hacks. That doesn't mean there aren't any. But has anyone heard of any hacks? Usually when a hack comes, you hear about them. But we've not heard of any of those hacks when it comes to
no, but
the
I doubt they're going to point out all the deductions for you.
Well, these free tax services should never be used by people with complicated taxes. That's for sure.
Or even just virtually any taxes.
Okay. How much do you trust the following? Okay, now, I'm going to tell you, corporate America is distrusted the most. I'm going to tell you the other ones that are distrusted. Ready? The insurance industry, corporate America in general. The most distrust, the insurance industry. After that, the finance industry. After that, the real estate industry. I'm sorry. After that, healthcare. Do you know the automotive industry is trusted more than healthcare, real estate, finance, and insurance?
Well, the insurance doesn't shock me at all. No one trusts their insurance.
Now, you want to know what some of the most trusted? Food and beverage and technology among the most trusted, along with the airline industry. I mean, think about that.
Apparently, they haven't been on Frontier.
No, the airline industry is pretty, but the tech industry, I don't trust the tech industry at all. I think that big tech is out for pirating all of the information they can from you, or gathering information on you, using you, not paying you for that, because you are the commodity on Facebook. You put money in Zuckerberg's pocket every time you go on Facebook because they track every movement. So does Amazon. But you don't get paid for that. By the way, there are companies, and I want to say something else. There are companies out there that are moving to a platform where you shield all information except what you allow out, and or you can sell, and you get paid monthly depending on how much information they aggregate. In other words, you know how artists get paid for putting out songs by BMI and ASCAP? They're proposing that a company be licensed to distribute your information, and you get paid accordingly. If a lot of people use your information, you get paid more. If you don't let anyone use your information, you don't get paid at all. But instead of Facebook and Amazon and Google making all the money by mining your information, you're paid for part of it. That's not a bad idea. Think about that.
As long as your platform's cool. I mean, it's all going to come down to, is it fun to use?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, whether you use the platform or not, they track you and you allow them to, but you charge them for it. You're the commodity. So for them to track your habits, they must pay you. Think about that. I think it's ingenious, because if you pay enough people, they share. In other words, you're sharing in the profits other people are making off of your habits, instead of just big tech making that money. 303-713-8255. Beverly and Tom next.
This. Affordable interest mortgage in my
Okay, we don't have to do AI.
Okay, not at all? Cool.
No, we did it. We did so many.
Cool, no problem. I'll count it done. Just Mile High then.
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Broadmoor.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the high country. There's still the closure of US 6 in both directions between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place. Stay tuned to this station. We'll keep you updated on when it reopens. Back in town, got a crash and a closure on the ramp from southbound I-25 to Evans. That crash has that ramp shut down, so you have to use an alternate route until further notice. Also, good news off-highway. Southbound Sheridan at 6th Avenue, that off-highway crash has been cleared.
You want to hear something funny? We added the 2020 Santa Fe when we just bought it to the insurance.
Also, just letting you two know, CDC guidelines said if you're vaccinated, you can gather indoors with no mask.
Way or a romantic weekend.
And then on the, we got rid of the 15 and our fucking insurance went down.
My high in about 5 seconds.
Complete opposite.
Visit Broadmoor.com today for details.
We all need a will of some kind. We all do. No matter how simple it is, you may want to designate what happens to your pets or your personal belongings, or a medical directive. That would be a power of attorney along with your will. Some of us need trusts. Others, beneficiary deeds, which transfers real estate at your death, or payable on death certificates for accounts. Avoiding probate. Some people want to do that. Other people, they may have an immediate need to ask Blake a question at milehighestatePlanning.com because someone just died. No matter what your issue, whether urgent or not, 833-ASK-BLAKE. You can go over everything with free consultations, and he only charges flat rate for what he does. milehighestatePlanning.com, and the number, it's easy to remember, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
You'd like to come home to your very own gorgeous 8,400 square foot home? Well, now you can. This award-winning home can be yours, but only through the Mile High Raffle. This stunning custom home features a beautiful 40-foot staircase, from the gourmet chef's kitchen to the jaw-dropping master suite with your very own private sauna. You won't believe your eyes. The Mile High Raffle offers over 4,000 prizes, from high-end cars to incredible vacations. 1 in 20. You can feel great knowing you're supporting life-changing programs for kids through Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver. But hurry, entering early matters. Enter to win your dream house by Friday, March 12th and get an automatic entry to win a BMW X5 just for entering early. You must enter by March 12th to win the BMW X5. Go to milehighraffle.com for your chance to win. That's milehighraffle.com and enter by March 12th to get automatic entry to win the BMW X5. That's milehighraffle.com. Play today.
Are you suffering from leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs? 1 in 5 people lives with the discomfort of vein disease, and that's a lot more common than you think. The doctors at United Vein Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of laser technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information. Or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screening today. That's
I just swapped out the meter at my house.
United
That's
Vein
odd.
Centers, America's top vein care center.
All right, I better get going. I've got to run out to the pharmacy and get Mikey's prescription. Good luck at the pharmacy. I know. I never know what I'll pay. I thought I heard something about an affordability board that's supposed to help with costs.
Not from what I hear. When politicians say they are going to decide the price of medicines, that really means they decide what medicines we can and can't get.
Really? That's not good.
Yeah. Boards like this could wind up in us losing access to medicines just to save money for the government.
And big insurance, right?
Exactly. It's just politicians saying one thing and meaning another.
Huh. But why wouldn't government put the savings directly in the patient's hands?
Good question.
Colorado politicians are saying a new affordability board will result in lower medicine prices. But what that really means is that they'll decide what medicines you can and can't get. Let's make sure government puts the savings directly in patients' hands. Learn more at ProtectColoradoCures.com, page 4x4.
When the afternoon rolls around, today's doers can't stop doing. They answer emails with one word, wear wearables on their wearables, and now there's an afternoon pick-me-up just for them. New Coca-Cola with coffee. A great Coke taste infused with Brazilian coffee. So
Whoa!
What?
Coke with coffee.
Oh, yeah, I saw that in the grocery store. It sounds horrible.
No, it sounds great.
Oh, get out of here.
I just want a diet version.
Grab one today at Circle K. distracting him.
God, that's disgusting.
It takes 2 to 4. All right, guys, back on about 10 seconds. Vice President Harris will not condemn Andrew Cuomo amid the sex scandal, but that's no biggie. She said she believed the women when she accused Biden of the same thing, and she still ran with him. Let's talk about it at 2.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Beverly, welcome to the show. What's going on? Yes? Yes? Okay, where did you establish it? When? Yes, you should any trust should be updated after 10 years. And it doesn't mean it has to be changed at all, but it should be looked at. And then it should reside in the state where you are and presumably will pass away. Unless the laws are favorable somewhere else. And that's something that Blake Harris could answer. In fact, we can get you back with him when we get him on the show, and we'd love to ask him that. So what is the purpose of the trust you have?
Just so it doesn't, my kids don't have to go through probate. I have a home and then some other belongings, a car, so forth, and some money. And I just wanted it in a trust so that they wouldn't have to go through probate.
Okay. So, therefore, you have a trustee already, somebody named who will take that. Okay. And where do they live?
Well, my trustee is that my attorney. That would be in Indiana. My children live here.
Yeah, then then you just answered the question. If they will be administering the trust, you want it as easy as possible for them to do it.
If I recall, what Blake would say is if the trust needs updating or to eyeball to see if it does, that's one thing. But just going from one state to another doesn't mean you have to do anything.
Oh, okay. That's what I needed to know. Yeah, if something would happen to me now and it's still in Indiana,
it's still valid if that's your question. But I agree 100% with Tom. If you haven't looked at it in 15 years, you should really have someone eyeball it.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. There's not
for
much
sure,
change,
just for that.
I understand what you're saying.
And if not much changed, you'd be surprised. I mean, I'm just saying, just to make sure everything is perfect. It doesn't even mean it will take a long time or anything will change. It's just a good idea. Okay, we have lines open at 303-713-8255. Tom, welcome to the show. What's going on, Tom?
Yeah, Tom, I've been wondering if you can tell me what long wave, short wave, or radio, what you would receive on that.
All right. Waves in a radio are RF. They're called radio frequencies. Everybody calls it RF. Now, within ranges of radio frequencies, you have all kinds of waves, but what it means is how the wave is modulated. The only way I can explain it is this. Like, if you look at how the pulses are sent out, it makes a wave pattern. And shortwave, it's just very simple, makes a shorter wave than long wave. Okay? And there really isn't a long wave. The short wave has shorter waves and longer waves, but I don't know if you have actually... I've never heard that. Well, I've heard the term long wave, but it doesn't have a specific definition.
It's called spectrum.
Well, I understand. Spectrum is all waves. We're talking about the length of the wave. The wavelength is different than it's in the spectrum. The wavelength is in the spectrum. But what I'm saying is that the modulation then goes within the wave or whatever you're sending over the wave. But all you're referring to is the length of the wave, and it means nothing. That only means something when you're designing an antenna. Why do you need to know that is what I'm asking, because it's so technical it doesn't make sense to even know that. What you do is you usually buy the radio you want, and then for the purpose you want, and the wavelength comes into play with the antenna.
Okay, well, I seen an ad in a flyer, and they're advertising long wave, short wave radio, and I didn't know what you'd be listening to over that.
Okay, they sell just the antennas?
No, it shows a picture of a portable radio.
Right.
Okay.
So the portable radio, they do the same thing, but they have different. I don't know how to say this. Okay, okay. What Mark was saying about spectrum is simply the mega. He's talking about the hertz, the wavelength. The reason I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to dumb it down, and I really mean that. I don't mean it as an insult.
No.
You've seen a wave, right? You've seen what it looks like if you could see one, and the only reason you see it is because of these machines that you have with a little screen, and it measures the wave. And the wave.
This says long wave refers to all frequencies below the lower end of the AM broadcasting band, 540 kilohertz.
Yeah. Okay. So it's below 540, and then you have, because as the wave gets higher, it gets shorter. But that is, I don't think that's what you're asking. Okay, you're asking what would you hear on those different radios, right? Like what would you hear on a long? Okay, so it depends on. I've never heard, first of all, of a long wave radio until I looked it up. I've always had a short wave radio, and all it meant was it's a short wave radio picking up like ham and all of that. You would have a short wave radio. The long wave radio, from what Mark's definition is, would be lower frequencies. But I've never bought one or heard of one before. That's why I'm confused. I've always had AM, FM, and then shortwave. And shortwave is just above those. But I don't know what long wave radio does. I'm trying to read it while I'm talking to you. What does it say you listen to on long wave radio?
It doesn't say.
Yeah, well then what? But they must be when they sell it. Mark, what do they? Are you looking up? While
it says it's used for broadcasting only within ITU Region 1. The long-wave broadcasters are located in Western, Northern, Central Europe and the former Soviet Union and Mongolia.
Okay, so maybe that's why I've never heard of it.
Sounds like some great programming.
No, that's why I've never heard of it. When I was growing up, everything was shortwave radio. But that would be interesting because if you got a long-wave radio, is anyone even transmitting on it anymore? Is the question. In fact, conventional RF is going away. I mean, they're using it for other things, but everything's going digital.
How much was that radio you were looking at?
There's no price. It's just a flyer in the paper.
I just never heard. Okay, I'm going to Google what do you listen to on a long-wave radio because I have no idea.
And also, is Rolly still living?
Yes, he's alive and well. Why?
I never hear you talk about him anymore.
Well, because he slowed down quite a bit, and I think he, he still has the dealership. It's still doing well, but
good.
He's taking it easy in life. I think. I'm not saying he's lazy or anything. I'm just saying I think he's, that's it. Just
low key.
Well, yeah, way lower as he got older, and I think that's a good thing. I mean, but the dealership is still there. He just doesn't do a lot of advertising anymore. We got more coming right up. What do you listen to on a long term? What do you listen to on?
By the Ad Council.
From the Bedford Sports Traffic
Long wave radio.
What
you listen to there?
Still the closure of US 6 in both directions between US 40 and Highway 119 due to a serious.
It's all. What do you listen to? It's all BS. Like anything that we would even know. No. Then when you got the radio, would you hear static? Here, I think we would hear static.
That crash has that ramp shut down, so
it is weird.
Also, good news off highway.
The Irish government has asked Britain to research the impact of long-wave shutdown in the future.
Right now, cloudy and 47. Your impact traffic and weather.
There are many older Irish listeners in Britain who rely on long-wave 252 to listen to Irish football matches. Jesus.
Goodwill uses your purchases to fund job training and more in our neighborhoods. Learn more at goodwill.org.
These people don't have the motivation to tune in through the internet.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney, and the reason I like talking about him is because people will need a criminal defense attorney and then scramble to find one and get in all kinds of trouble. You don't shop when you're under pressure. That's why Joe Lazzara is on my referral list. We've checked him out, and I've known him like 30 years. Joseph A. Lazzara, 303-429-6200. If you're accused of a crime, any crime, especially like the DUI, no matter what your mindset is, you did something stupid, you made a mistake, you're contrite, or you were falsely accused, not guilty, whatever, you need an attorney to carry that banner. You can't be doing it because the process alone will kill you on that. You need a defense attorney. Flat rate pricing, so you're not nickeled and dimed every time you talk. That's LazzaraLegal.com, Lazzara. Joseph A. Lazzara. You can find him at referralist.com, 303-429-6200. And if you're looking for floor coverings, why not save money at the same time, get better warranties, better financing, and better installers? And all of that's possible with SimplyFloorsInc.com. Buddy and Karen Mitchell offer discounts that other places do not because they pass those savings on to you. They buy in a big buying group, and then you save the money. Make your own appointment at SimplyFloorsInc.com.
You know, if you ever have to deal with an insurance adjuster because you had a hailstorm or some form of peril at your house, I'm going to tell you right now, their entire goal in life is to rip your face off. They're going to rip you off, simple as that. They might look at the roof and say, yeah, you need a new roof, here's $15,000. Guess what? They're going to walk right by that siding, that messed up paint, that patio, that deck, anything else they don't even want to talk about. That's why you need a guy like Matt at Paragon Services. He fights for you. When my insurance company told me I get nothing, Matt got me almost $70,000. 719-726-0020. Don't do it alone. 719-726-0020.
Maplewood wants to keep you safe and worry-free during these times, which is why they are making car buying easier than ever right from your home. You can pick out your car right from the Sharpest Rides website, get credit approved, finance, and they will literally drive your new car right to your front door. It's that easy. The Sharpest Rides is the #1 internet car dealer in Colorado, and you can shop over 1,000 cars, trucks, and SUVs today at the
so medium wave is what commercial radios are. Short wave is what those, long-term communications. But I've never, ever, and I fucking have been messing with it, I've never actually heard long wave. But long wave,
it's because it's all in Europe.
Is like,
did you see how far it can go? Like 1,500 miles. Britain.
Yeah, but shortwave goes way far.
Does it? The BBC uses 3 towers to reach all the islands and then another 1,000 miles out.
Well, maybe it doesn't go farther than that, but it does go a long way. And it's at the bottom of the VH band. 3 to 30 megahertz.
With our simple online experience and outstanding service, we're rated excellent on trust by our customers who tell us I is fast.
Wow.
And
so the long wave is mostly in Europe.
Now more than ever. Isn't it worth taking 3 minutes to find out if you're overpaying for workers' comp? Ask your insurance agent for Pie Insurance or get a quote today at trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at
a radio wave.
You don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756 for terms.
Yeah, with the corresponding wavelength.
Weather is just around the corner, and soon your customers will be venturing out more. Connect with them while they're on the go by putting the power of radio to work for your business. Go to iHeartAdBuilder.com and start advertising, making sure your business is top of mind. Use iHeart Ad Builder to create your own custom radio ad quickly and cost effectively. Just click, listen, and approve, and then hear it on the radio. For your free customized ad, sign up now at iHeartAdBuilder.com.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is the only bed that effortlessly adjusts and responds to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save up to $500 on select Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds. Plus, free premium delivery when you add a base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Order! Continue, Miss Garner. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase. Order!
Yes, sir.
Treatment?
So, with the advent of digital, the length of antenna doesn't
Further
matter.
questions, Your Honor. Well,
That's
just one.
weird, because
What's in your wallet?
with shortwave and medium wave, you had to have a certain antenna or multiple antennas. No, you had to have a certain length. And
Then Fox Nation's Laura Logan. Laura joins me Tuesday
for
morning.
coils, you had to have.
Here on 630 K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So
I was looking on the internet during the break because I was confused by long wave. They're mostly in Europe. In fact, there are no long wave transmitters in America, but the ones I'm used to were the radio waves, which we refer to as shortwave or AM and FM or commercial waves, and then VHF and UHF, which is more of the shorter wave. But the waves are generated by transmitters, and then they come in different wavelengths, literally wavelengths, and then they have different frequencies. And what the government used to do is lease out these radio waves for different purposes. In a certain spectrum, you would only have AM radio and then FM radio, and then you would have television, and then you would have two-way communications with businesses, and then you would have ham radio and all of that. So that would be designated, and that's what they were used for. I don't know what they're doing as they're turning to digital with all the leftover radio waves, but I'm sure they're being used for something. I just wasn't able to delve into it. But, sir, long-wave radio won't do you any good in America because there's hardly anything in the world still using long-wave, except for some spots in Europe. Drew is back with Spot On Financial. You did get a call back, Drew?
I did, and
Do you
can we get Mr. Taylor on the phone and get him on here to listen to him rant and rave, because he's nuts.
What do you mean? Tell me what's going on. What do you mean?
He absolutely berated me.
Why?
He asked me, he did not know what the form was I was filling out. He did not answer any of my questions. When I disconnected the call from him, he called me back. He said, I can't give this up. He's obviously been drinking.
No, let me ask you something, Drew. This troubles me. How did you find out about Spot On to begin with?
Well, it was on your K-How, and he actually told me you paid him directly to promote his business.
I paid him?
Yes.
Well, I didn't. No, he paid us. He advertises with us, okay? With us. I told you that. That's why you hear his ads here. And he paid me because for 1 month I did his online advertising for helping businesses with cash flow loans. And he does that. He does that quite well. But what I don't understand is how you found him for the PPP loans. That's the part I don't understand. Who gave you his name? Did he advertise on K-How that he does pandemic relief loans?
Correct, and we had till March 9th.
Okay. Right. Did he tell you where to get the form?
No, he didn't even know about the form.
Well, then what I'm asking you is, how did you make the connection between the form and him?
I discontinued my communication with him, and he called me back 4 minutes later and completely berated me.
Yeah, no, here's what I'm asking, Drew. You called up originally the show and said, I've not heard back from Spot On Financial, and he missed a Zoom call today. So, you said you were going to use him for a pandemic relief loan, right?
Correct, sir.
Is that because he advertises that he does that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I never heard that before. I did not know he does pandemic relief loans. So when you asked him about a pandemic relief loan, why did he get upset with you?
Well, he asked me for all kinds of information which is not required on the form.
Yes.
And I told him quite frankly that we probably can't do business together.
Okay.
And that's fine. And then he called me back and told me, good luck with your little bitty company and just, things I can't say on the air.
So, okay, well, that's very unprofessional. I'm sorry you had that problem. So, Drew, I don't know what to tell you. 303, I'm sorry, we're out of time. Don't forget, folks, you can reach us when we're not on the air at 303-MARTINO. Also, referralist.com.
Follow Tom Martin. What's going on with that guy?
Sounds weird as hell.
I know it. I just don't understand what this form was and why he thought he had to turn the form into that guy. I was just totally confused by it.
Stay connected with your favorite shows on Denver's.
He just berated him and said.
Well, why would you want to do business with someone like that?
I know. Well, he doesn't now. He was upset, I guess, because we called the radio. I'll bet you that's what he was upset about. It's a big deal. Why is this guy such a moron? All the poor guy was asking is how does he get information, right? Get PPP.
If I understood him, you're saying this guy's advertising that he does PPP.
Yeah.
And apparently he doesn't call anybody back. That was my understanding of the whole call. And then the guy finally did call back and berated.
Somebody might want to drop a dime with Ross and tell him that.
What do you mean? Does Ross do spots for him?
Yep.
With Ross Kaminsky in the morning. And your show Tom Martino at 10. It's wrong for people to get involved.
Sure. 2 more women came forward.
Oh, seriously? That's like what? How many's that now?
5.
5?
I'm going to drive. I'm going to go file this lawsuit.
It won't take me long to get down there.
What's that?
It's not going to take me long to get down there, is it?
Lone Tree?
Yeah.
15, maybe 20. Just work here if there's any traffic. I'm going to go file.
Down to Kaiser?
Yeah.
15 minutes or less.
Yeah.
I mean, just give yourself 15 minutes,
How
unless
would I
there's
go from
traffic.
here?
Just I-25 to Lincoln, and then make your first right there on Park Meadows Parkway or Drive, whatever, and it's right up on your left.
So I go right on Lincoln, then right again.
Then your first right at that light.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm starving.
Don't lock up. I'm going to hang here.
Okay. Try not to eat any carbs. I'm not fucking sick of cheese.
Your jacket.
Oh, yeah. Can't even stomach it. Ready?
Yep.
Ready?